Namaste and good morning to all. Has the program started? Because there is no sound this side, so I just wanted to know if anybody can help, if I'm able to reach out to you. We can see the video, but there is no sound.
Mm. Series? कोई जैसे कि on the topic revisiting business processes for sustainable, profitable, and inclusive growth. In short, I think RESQUE 2022. We have just heard Dr. Abhay Kulkarni, who have touched upon all the aspects of this conference and given you an overview of the purpose of this conference. This is the purpose, and that's why every conference is the purpose. I'm very happy to be a part of this session because whenever I visit or revisit this institute, something new, innovative things are going on. So you're fortunate that you are exposed to the change which is taking outside in the business world. Dr. Manisha Kulkarni Madam, head of the department, is chairman of this conference. Mr. Jagdish Parikh, who is the guest, international guest. Bharat Kasar sir, Ashutosh Bisal sir, Sudhir Hasapnis, Suryakant Gatti, and my dear students. We all are engaged in our mobile normally. That is the kind of span of attention post-pandemic we all have. We always think that if 1 minute we are away from our mobile, some mishap may happen in the world. Am I right? And that is a major problem now. Bringing students, individuals, 1/3 of our life, 24 hours, we spend in our mobile. Average recent research says that
when did you leave also? Sorry,
7:40.
From Kanjipuram, the road will be a little bad.
The road bad.
Okay.
The road.
I think there must be a buffet.
Yeah, but I don't know if we are late for that. We'll check.
Regular water, sir? Or bottle water?
Yeah, regular water.
Regular water and the menu.
Hot. Okay.
We have some dosa, uttappam, chola bhatura.
Chola bhatura.
Like what?
I'll have a chola bhatura. Little oil, but it's okay. Chola bhatura is that big puri.
Yes, big puri. Is that different?
No, these are for morning breakfast. Want to have some breakfast items or some?
What else you have here?
So the same will be there. So you just have to scan this.
What do you have?
So no, yes, sir.
Same.
Yes, sir.
So, give me a chola bhatura
Sure, sir.
and for me an omelette and French toast.
Omelette and French toast. Sure. The omelette will be plain or some masala or some.
No masala. You can have mushroom if you have.
Okay, mushroom
Yeah,
omelette.
if you have mushroom.
Yes, we have.
Mushroom omelette. And bring us the coffee first.
Which coffee like that?
Black coffee for me.
I love lemon tea, green tea.
Bring that first.
Hot water.
Normally, breakfast is till 11 o'clock. I don't know. 10. 10.
Well, we didn't know anybody who knows us there. Then they would have allowed us. The guys would be asked.
You come regularly.
Yeah, so here huge
It keeps changing.
nothing, sir. It's a huge turnover.
Everywhere, so hotel is not exception.
It's a very with the government. There's no stability in the
That's unfortunate everywhere.
question is, should we be there?
No, idea is not the government. Idea is the intention, state creating the skill set for the state and for the country.
I think all that is a very noble idea. Sir. Noble idea.
Without doing anything, people like Manish Agarwal are all making money. Whereas when we are adding value, it benefits the country. No?
This is just justify ourselves.
No, I don't see it justifying. What are the purpose of NDTF when it was founded?
It purpose of NCT is skillful employment.
Yeah.
We can say that without entangling ourselves with the government.
No, the scale.
The government is only giving us a certain amount of reputation now. I don't know whether there's a big scaling because of government. For us,
It's the same government. It's just given him big scaling without value add, Manish.
pardon?
The same government is given scaling for Manish without a value add. I'm not going into value judgment.
Anyway,
The means and ends is always is lobbying the way to do it is a question mark. And again, if you see, one bureaucrat is very excited, wants to do. Another bureaucrat absolutely no clue.
maybe yesterday she was on some webinar.
Okay.
Innocent and she was very good.
No, but whatever role I've seen her in as a UT corrector, she stands by her conviction. She's not worried about political. So,
No, I'm not telling anything about
but she will find a way to push things through. But how long she's going to be in this role could be a question. And that part is neither Muruganandam nor, of course, we should invite her. They come and see an NTTF in action. Like earlier on, Narayan and others have seen NTTF. But this meeting is going to be only with you, no? No others are invited for the meeting today. Innocent. Livia. Our office staff. I was with the flight, the Titan team who are in the skill building. They're also meeting somewhere around Gindi. Mahendra has set up some skill center. Mahendra.
Everybody has set up skill centers.
So I said we are going to be in and around. If possible, we'll catch up.
Skill buzzword. Yeah. You listen to this fellow.
Yeah.
What passion he has, what he wants to do. And he's in India for so many years now.
Last 3 years.
Huh?
Last 3 years. See, people like Nanu needs a directionality. But I see it's passion.
Yeah, it's not a passion. Passion and knowledge.
Yeah. So how do we leverage that is where I
Passion and knowledge, but nobody wants to listen to him.
No, again the vehicle what he's using is also not the right vehicle.
I don't know whether it's actually a company for your idea.
No. I knew him only 1 year ago. But see, whenever I meet, when I find something exciting, I try and network.
We met him some time back. The better.
Met her 6 months back.
And then it was cold storage.
I've been pushing her also. I said, unless you visit, yes, talking on the initial meetings are fine.
Just getting your order, no?
Yeah, just ordered.
Sad part of the country. There are such small.
They don't know how to get there certain.
No, that is also influencing skill is also a challenge. And influencing like this, people have taken Panival Raj into their own. You have shown the facility and all that. Beyond that, what?
What he has to impress people at the wherever he is.
We have also not visited much, which I wanted to do, but somehow.
So what he has, we need to see what he has.
No, but the thought that products, low cost, low salary is interesting. I won't even use the word low salary.
He mentioned 25 lakhs and 25,000. So it's very clear about.
No, you create millions of such employability versus
which are not required
few people into a multinational.
to be physically done, to be regularly done. I think they will be all outsourced. Yesterday, one of the innovation company has visited university and they have shown that even attendance, these Swachh people are there who are from president office to wherever. There are 50,000 people have deployed. And their physical attendance is a worry. They're attending or not. Everywhere you can have a biometric machine. So that is a version. So what they have created,
good morning all.
A geo-tagging phase in a software.
Still the room is not allowed. Check the room.
It's not only face recognition. It's a live face recognition software they have developed.
Yes.
Because if I put a photo against that camera, I get recognized. So they have done geo-tagging. If I supposed to be there in the world, inside this IICMR premises, if I get inside, then only my photograph recognition starts. Otherwise, it doesn't start. It tells the system that he is out of that area. I cannot see from my home. My attendance. So if I'm working anywhere as a PCMC area and I'm supposed to be at X place, that place is geo-tagged and there I have to start my attendance and just movement, not stand still. Movement.
Shake.
That and the report is sent there. I do not have
Very badly shake now.
was present or absent.
Yeah.
It's allowed. So with the help of mobile, so all these technologies are taking place of manual work. Like a manual work is not required. So repetitive jobs are getting faded away. So we as a human being, as a workforce for future, we have to create a workforce who can work ahead of machine and not behind the machine. We do not need to operate machine, but work ahead of machine. For example, like Dunzo, they are changing the concept. What they want us to throw a refrigerator away. Don't waste space or don't waste anything. Because in 18 minutes, whatever you want will be delivered to you. JioMart is going one step ahead. They will give you only one brinjal if you want. Why to buy a 5 kilo brinjal? 3 brinjal if you are not going to use. If there are 2 people in the family, if you want one brinjal to make some sabji, only one brinjal will be delivered to you. What is telling you? No storage is required. Why you are wasting your space and time? Whatever you want will deliver. So supply chain management is going on. Digitalization is going on. Amazon, Flipkart, they're all changing the concepts, the way we work, the way we do. Yesterday, one of my friends who's come from UK was buying some stuff in Ferguson College Road, and then through his Amazon Pay, which was registered at UK, he was trying to make payment here in rupees. Amazon denied that you are out of your registered space, so you cannot pay through trade. You have to pay only in dollars or UK pounds and not in rupees. So many new things are coming into the market. We all have to be ready. So my friends, with this listening to a lot of speakers in this 2 days time, you have to break this framework of your mind. That job is job, job has got time, schedule, job has got a fixed space, and so many things we have in mind. I think we have to break that mind. We have to be ready for all new changes coming ahead in our life. There is no permanent job. Not today also, but in future it may not exist. You have to be a taskmaster. And this all speakers in 2 days time, with the kind of speaker this institute has chosen, I think will give you different insight into the different business process. And then you can learn that you have to be agile. It's not only to just use that word, but I think you have to see that what can be the future of work or future of businesses where you are going to be there as a manager, where you are going to lead those kind of businesses. This is more important for all of you to understand in these 2 days, and you can have your own insight that still, before you end up and join any organization, what kind of change in your mindset is required. That may be the outcome of this conference. So I wish this 2 days conference all the best. Thank you very much.
Thanks to Lord for your guidance, sir. So we are easily mentored by you always. Now we understood the significance of research. We 100% we assume to say we engage in the research and excel throughout the area. Now I request Dr. Abhay Kulkarni, sir, for signing the MOU, but not Maharashtra University.
Okay, sir. Yes. Dr. Dongre, our dean is here in front of me. We have signed off the MOU and in his presence we are just exchanging on your behalf. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Good morning to one and all. To summarize the inaugural function in action, the conference convened Dr. Manisha Kulkarni, the heart of the department of IICMR, highlighted the paradigm shift in the expectation of the consumers and employers, which has led the digital renaissance. Conference chair Dr. Abhay Kulkarni sir insisted the outcome of the revisiting and insisted the continuous improvement to be done continually. He commented the open innovation is too important in this VUCA world. Deep Commerce and Management, the governing council member of IICMR, insisted the collaboration and communication for research is too important in this digital era. He also shared that digitalization has made for the made a platform for the collaboration. Within a decade, the business process will change. Educational courses will be tailor-made. Cars will be tailor-made. Banks are merging. Bigger things are becoming smaller. And I thank the Parag Alpha sir for starting his valuable time amidst this busy schedule, sparing his valuable time and gracing this occasion. I thank our associates, Insan, CETR, and AIMS for collaborating with us for this international conference. And I thank the conference chairs, track chairs for again coming and supporting us for their valuable time. I thank one and all. Now I request teacher.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We are having the keynote speaker session. As our dean is having his busy schedule, he has moved forward. That's what we have concluded this inaugural session with the vote of thanks. Here I declare that the inaugural session of International Conference has been concluded. But very soon we'll be starting with the keynote speaker, Dr. Jagdish Parekh. But before that, as a convener of this conference, I sincerely apologize to all the delegates and the experts who are attending online. Due to heavy rain in Pune and Mumbai, there was some internet connectivity problem. I really apologize for that and for this technical glitch that has happened. And I request all the delegates, in case if they have any kind of problem, you are aware about the coordinator's number, you can directly call to the conference chair or the coordinators so that they will be in touch with you regarding the technical glitch that has happened. And I also request all the delegates, research delegates from all over India as well as from other parts of India who are attending this conference to also please check their internet connectivity in order to get maximum benefit of this international conference. With this, I request Chitra and team to please introduce our next keynote speaker, Dr. Jagdish Parekh. Please.
It is the happiest moment to listen to keynote speaker Dr. Jagdish Parekh sir. Now we would like to invite Ms. Purvita Shah to introduce the eminent personality, Dr. Jagdish Parekh sir.
A bright morning to one and all present here. It's my privilege and great honor to introduce Dr. Jagdish Parekh sir, President of Aditya Birla Group, Thailand. Sir has undergone and BTech honors from an renowned famous Textile Institute of Textiles and Sciences. Sir has won a gold medal in MBA marketing from Western Queen, Nirmat South, Gujarat University, Surat. He has completed Executive MBA from University of Virginia. Sir has done doctorate in quality management from Yorker International University. Moreover, Dr. Jagdish sir is presently a joint president, business excellence and chief sustainability officer of Aditya Birla Textiles. Sir has served as Director of Quality and Process Excellence Exchange. Sir is a Senior Consultant in Lean Six Sigma, Supply Chain and Innovation. Sir is certified in CII Extreme Business Excellence Assessor. Sir is also CII ITC Sustainability Assessor and Lean Six Sigma Master Black Belt. Now I request our keynote speaker, Dr. Jagdish sir, to address on revisiting engineering business processes for sustainable business excellence.
Inclusion to get evolved. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are, which part of the world you are.
Yes.
So welcome to the station. I would like to thank Dr. Abhay and IICMR and for organizing this event, international conference of RESQUE 2022. So it is a good opportunity for me to introduce you all with Aditya Birla Group sustainability processes, how the business transformation processes has helped us to excel our business performance through sustainable process excellence. So I'll share my slides and then I'll take all of you through that. Can you see the screen?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just a brief on me. I am Jagdish Barik, Chief Sustainability Officer and Joint President of Aditya Birla Group Textile Business. I am based at Thailand, and I am taking care of the 12 units of textile business of Aditya Birla Group, 3 in Indonesia, 2 in Thailand, 4 units in India, and 2 in Germany and 1 in Philippines. So I'm taking care of business excellence as well as sustainability initiatives of across all the units of textile business of Aditya Birla Group. I'll just give a perspective why sustainability is in the top radar of the business. If you talk about the CEOs and business directors, so sustainability is in the top agenda of all the top management team. Why it is like that? It has come out before the COVID period, but the significance has increased tremendously after COVID, and sustainability has become the key business agenda for survival and success in the business. And this is also one of the criteria to transform and change the business model, business processes. So there is the topic which is decided in RESQUE 2020 is perfectly aligning with the business scenario. So let's understand why sustainability is among the top agenda of any business nowadays. If you see the growth of human population, so this graph is talking about that. So first 1 billion of the population in Earth, it has come in 1800 years. And after that, you can see in the graph, the second billion has come in 123 years. Then third billion is 33 years. Like that, the population growth has happened exponentially. And whatever population growth has happened, it has happened in around last 500 years. So if we see the world population growth, every week a city like Udaipur, around 6 lakh of population is getting added every week if you see the world population. So this is one of the factors which has significantly contributed to the sustainability of the business, sustainability of the environment, sustainability of the earth and nature. This slide talks about how India is the epicenter of the sustainability. If you see in this, the whole world, the circle, the white circle which is mentioned, the more people are living inside this circle than outside. So India, China, and this part of the world is the epicenter of the sustainability. So the impact is going to be tremendous in near future. So we have to, sorry, my throat is not well. So we have to take various actions and measures to bring to the normal, and India, China, and this part of the Asia is having a tremendous significance from sustainability point of view. Similarly, for our business survival and success. This is another graph talking about the climate change adaptation. So the countries which are in high risk in coming maybe 10 to 20 years, we are going to see lot of havoc, lot of sustainability related catastrophes like your extreme weather conditions, sea level rise, and earthquake, your all this rainfall deviation, and agricultural productivity loss, and cyclone. So these are going to happen very frequently in this part of the world, and China and India is going to be impacted tremendously in coming 10 to 20 years. So this is an area of concern for all of us, as business is nothing but a subset of the society. And if the society or our environment is going to be impacted, business is going to be impacted. So it's a matter of concern for all the top management to take proper actions and proper risk mitigation plan for the survival of the business. Now I'm talking about few global issues, how the earth system has moved out of the control. If you see various aspects of the environmental aspect, like your biodiversity loss, your nitrogen cycle, your ozone depletion, your ocean acidification, climate change, chemical pollution, atmospheric aerosol loading. So these are some of these global environmental issues. And if you see biodiversity loss, it has already exceeded the limit, and nitrogen cycle also has already exceeded the limit. If you take example of biodiversity loss, we have the man-induced species. Many habitats they have lost now 100 times the natural rate. Natural rate of loss is low, but because of the man intervention, human intervention, the loss of species has increased tremendously. It is around 100 times the natural rate of loss. So you can imagine the situation, how it is happening, like the loss of tiger, elephant, and there are many habitats, they are getting extinct. And we are not able to measure the impact of that now, but the complete ecosystem is getting impacted, and this is going to have a tremendous impact on your natural calamities, your fertilization of the plant, and your ecosystem, which we are not able to realize now, but in the coming period, in future, we are going to realize that. So God has created this world in a very synchronous manner, and human being, animal, and trees, plants, flora, fauna, and everybody has to live in a congenial ecosystem so that everybody will complement each other and live happily. But this is very soon getting disturbed by only single most animal, the human being, and for his selfish desires. So this is going to impact tremendously in coming time. So it's already exceeded the limit. So biodiversity loss is one of the loss which we have to take care of. All businesses has to take care of it. Similarly, the nitrogen cycle, because of the agriculture and fertilization we are putting for the growth of the agriculture. Now we are seeing a lot of vegetables, lot of fruits. We are making hybrid and we are using a lot of fertilizers which is growing the vegetables and fruits, but they have a negative impact on the land, and that land also the water is getting contaminated, and the water going to river or sea, it is going to impact the whole life cycle of human being, animals, and again so everybody. So that is how the nitrogen cycle has disrupted and it has gone beyond the limit. Now, if you see the climate change is the buzzword nowadays. If you ask anybody on the climate change, you can realize that the frequency of cyclone, drought, and ocean water level rise, all these incidents are going up gradually. So this is a matter of concern for all of us to take care of climate change, because in the Paris Agreement, there was a consensus among all the countries to contain the temperature, global warming temperature within 1.5 degree. But at current level, what we are working in all our businesses, if it run as usual condition, the temperature rise may go up to 4 degree centigrade. So it is going to create havoc in coming years. So that's also a matter of concern. Similarly, each and every global issues like ocean acidification, then chemical pollution, and all of these is a matter of concern for all of us to take immediate action and act now. There is not much time with us to think and take action. So all the businesses are on the war footing to take immediate actions. If you see another, the graph which is mentioned at the top is the water cycle. If you see the water risk which is coming in coming 10 to 15 years, India, most of the region are in, you can see the red or dark red region. It's a very high risk units. If you see Gujarat, many portions of the Maharashtra, complete Tamil Nadu, and then Delhi, Punjab, Haryana, complete north is in high risk zone. If we take our example, our units, we had done a water risk assessment through aqueduct. All our units were at a very low risk level 5 years back. But last year when we did our water risk assessment, almost 80% of our unit, out of 12 units, 10 units are in high risk. So the situation are changing very fast. In coming 10 to 15 years, India will be at a high risk on water. So we have to think on this and take proper risk mitigation plan for water and water availability, water source vulnerability risk, and so that we can survive and thrive along with business in coming time. Now coming to the greenhouse gas emission, which is the major cause of the climate change. And I was talking about the Paris Agreement, which happened, and we kept the target. All the countries have set the target to limit at least at 2 degrees centigrade, and then it was revised to 1.5 degrees centigrade. At 2 degree centigrade rise is even high. We cannot even survive in 2 degrees centigrade rise. So then it is revised to 1.5 degree. And if the business don't take any action and business run as usual, then the current trajectory will take us a 4 degrees centigrade rise. 4 degrees centigrade rise is huge. It's going to damage many things. It's a catastrophic situation. Nothing will, in fact, exist in 4 degrees centigrade. So that's the scenario. We have to bring it down to 2 degree or 1.5 degree at least for to bring to the survival mode. So that's the alarming call, clarion call, which is given by all experts, all climate change experts, scientists on greenhouse gas emission. That's the number one crisis. That is why our Prime Minister Narendra Modi, he has declared to go for net zero target by 2070. In fact, we have kept a target of net zero carbon emission by 2050 across all the businesses. We are seeing a lot of change happening with the customers and the brands. The brands, retail, and the customer who are taking our product, they are demanding that what is your target of carbon emission? If we cannot show them the evidence that we are working on it and our net zero target is by 250 and we want to reduce the carbon emission by 40 to 50% by 2025, then they are not going to take our product. If your product is not going to sold in the market, then your business is going to starve. So this has to be done. It's not an option anymore. It has to be done across all the businesses. Otherwise, business cannot survive at all. So these are some of these clarion calls which is coming from across all the directions. And so with this perspective of water, this perspective of climate change, this perspective of biodiversity, this perspective of your nitrogen cycle, and all these global issues on environment and sustainability, how we view our business. Can we run the business in the same way which we are running 5 years back or 10 years back? No, it's not possible. So we have to first transform our thinking process. We have to think differently. We should have a different business model. We should have a different process and system in place. So unless we transform our processes and systems, unless we transform our thought process, unless we transform our business philosophy, business policies, then we cannot survive in this scenario going forward. So what we need to do? So few things I just want to brief on how business is a system within a system. Business is a system of people. It's a combination of people, asset, and processes. So these are 3 pillars of any business. So people, we should have right, competent people. We should have engaged people. We should have right asset or technology with us, which has to be fit for purpose and maintained. We should have right processes and systems. We should have capable processes. We should have assured to agreed standards, international standards, so that all these combination of people, asset, process has to deliver the product or service. So that's a simple business model, how businesses work. So leadership has to look at all these aspects of it. Only people is not going to help, only asset or technology is not going to help, only processes are not going to help. So leadership has to supervise all these things in a proper synchronous manner to deliver the product and service to the customer, so that customer is delighted. Then only your business can survive and thrive. Okay, that's how we can build a culture. Leadership plus system is a group culture. So briefly on this chart, I just want to show you what are the systems, how the business runs. There are three types of system. One is primary system, then secondary system, and then tertiary system. How it works? We are familiar with these primary systems. In primary systems, where the customer is the key, and there is a supply chain, and there is production, there is logistics, there is your manufacturing and your marketing, so that customer needs and requirements are fulfilled by this complete supply chain or line function. So this is the primary system of any business. There is a secondary system or support system which supports the line function or primary system to work properly, like your quality, maintenance, HR, health, safety, environment, and all these functions are support functions. They support the line function so that line function can do their job in a better way to satisfy the customers. Then what is the function of leadership? Leadership is coming in primary or secondary. There is a system of governance, tertiary system. So we call it tertiary system is about the governance. Look at the whole thing from a helicopter view, from a bird's eye view, and define the standards, assure the process, whether process is right or wrong, the process is capable of delivering the result, and check the performance. Then iteration happens with feedback systems, and so that we can satisfy the customer. This is how the organization run well. So if you see if every business in the world follows the law as it is written today, is the world sustainable? This is a question for all of you. Whatever we are doing today, be it your legal management system, your integrated management systems, your process and engineering systems, if we will do the same thing, what we are doing now, if we will do the same thing for coming years, coming 4 to 5 years, do you feel that this business is sustainable? That's a question for all of us. Sure, we can guarantee that the business will be extinct in near future. It will not be in a survival mode at all. Why? Let's understand it properly. If you see here, we have an operating space that is bounded by the law, the legal and regulatory compliance. If you see about legal and regulatory compliance, and this green circle talks about your business operating space, and we take care of, we tell that many of the times we are beyond compliance level. So that's how we are working in a wider window if you see the standards which is there now. But if you go forward, this is going to be the scenario of 2050 or 2030, something like that, maybe just around 5 to 10 years ahead. We have a very narrow window. That yellow circle, what you are seeing is the narrow window we are going to see. Be it carbon regulation, your carbon emission norms, be it your water norms, be it your energy norms, be it your employee welfare norms, be it your product sustainability norms, everything is going to be stringent in coming 5 to 10 years. So We need to prepare ourselves. We need to design our process and system in such a manner so that we are ready to face the challenges which is going to come in coming 5 to 10 years. So what we need to do, we cannot just maintain our processes and systems, whatever is there now, and we can claim that we are going to survive in coming 5 to 10 years. Not possible. So what we need to do, what we have approached in Aditya Birla Group, we have approached that whatever is the legal limit, whatever is the legal tolerance limit for individual country, be it India, be it Indonesia, be it Thailand, be it Germany, be it Philippines. But we study what is the international standard. Like your international standard is available in IFC, UNGC, United Nations. So we collect the international standards, and our norm is much stricter than the country level legal limits, so that we are well ahead of the legal compliance now. Then that is the first approach. Then we started monitoring all our unit, and we are well within the control limit of ABG control limit, not country level control limits, ABG control limit or international standard. So we have done that exercise. Now we are complying 100% with that process. All units has to compliance. If some investment is required, some capex is to be raised for that, let it be. Let the company invest money now instead of investing 5 year, 10 year after. So that's the approach we have taken. And now all our units are in ABG control limits, which is international standard. Now the next approach is best practice. Best practice is what is the best benchmark available in that particular criteria. Suppose in carbon emission norm of textile business, which company is having the best benchmark? What is the best possible? We do a benchmarking exercise across the globe, across the competitors. What is the best which can be achieved? Then we move towards gradually to the best achievable target. And then coming to the 2030 norms, and that is how this model of our sustainability works, and our window, operating window for each and every standard go on stringent and narrow down slowly, so that we are making our business future proof, well ahead of the time. So that's the strategy adopted to survive and thrive beyond 2050. So if you see our framework of sustainability, the first is responsible stewardship. I'll explain what is the responsible stewardship, what are the factors we are considering in that. Basically, responsible stewardship is we are a responsible business. So we have to, even without saying by any government authorities or any legal compliance requirement, we are voluntarily doing that activities and mitigating our impact on externalities. So suppose each of our business unit, they are doing some air emission, they are discharging some effluent water to the river, they are doing some impact, there is some impact to the environment that we are aware of. So how we can reduce those impacts so that we can reduce the impact on externalities to the external environment. So that is our responsible stewardship pillar, the first pillar of the sustainability process. The next pillar is stakeholders engagement. Then we have a series of discussion with all the stakeholders, internal stakeholders as well as external stakeholders. External stakeholders means your industry experts, your expert from educational institutions, then your government authorities. And we had a series of interview with all these experts, internal and external stakeholders, to understand how the world is moving, what are the mega trends in coming 5 to 10 years, and what are the external factors which is going to impact our business. So two things, one is externalities, how we are impacting to the environment, external environment. External factor is how the external things impacting our business. It's a two-way interaction. So we need to understand externalities as well as external factors to run our business effectively in future. So that exercise is done. We do a materiality analysis, and on basis of that, the third pillar is future proofing. So each of our business has to be future proof. How can we say that we can survive and thrive in 2050 and beyond? For that, we have to understand the micro mega trends. We have to understand the scenarios which is going to come in coming 10 to 20 years. So generally nowadays it's very, very difficult to visualize the things which is going to come in 1 to 2 years. Strategy cycle has reduced tremendously. Previously, companies were doing strategy for 10 years, 5 years. Now, see, the strategy we cannot do for 1 year or 2 years because there is less and less visibility of uncertainties are there. But we are trying our best to understand these external factors and externalities and understanding the mega trends and have a future-proofing scenario for the business. How the climate change is going to impact our business. How this carbon emission or water risk is going to change our business. So how the product, I'll give a small example. Initially, our business is having 20% of the product which was sustainable product. Sustainable product means it has less impact to the environment. Now we are producing around 80% of our product as sustainable product because there is a huge demand which has come from the consumers and customers. So if you want to get the revenue from the customer, you have to collaborate with brands and adopt their policies. So sustainability product, sustainable product is the demand by the customers and consumers, brand, retail. So it has gone up from 20% to 80%. So that's the trend which is coming up. If you don't have sustainable practices in your business, sustainable products to take care of the complete supply chain, we do a life cycle assessment. Any product starting from the raw material procurement, then manufacturing, then coming to consumer, then that is end use. After the end use, consumer is disposing of. So this complete life cycle of the product, how a particular product is impacting the environment. So we have to take care of that. So we are currently considering this life cycle assessment. So customer is asking for that. Do you have a life cycle assessment of your product? How much impact your product is giving to the environment? Can you quantify and tell us? Is there a traceability in place in your complete supply chain? So these are the questions coming from the brands and customers. So we cannot survive without doing all this exercise. So that is how the scenario has changed now, and these activities has to be done to future-proof the business. Just manufacturing a product and pushing to the customer is not going to work. There has to be a customer pull to be successful in the supply chain. So that's what is changing the whole scenario. So briefly, there are three pillars: responsible stewardship, stakeholders engagement, then future proofing of the business. So what are a sustainable business and a sustainable world? So thing is that people, if we will more concentrate on sustainable world, less focus on sustainable business, then business cannot survive. So both has to be in a synchronous modes, because business has to survive. If business is not earning money, business is not profitable. If we will do all the activities for a sustainable world, then business cannot survive. So we have to survive, we have to make profit, as well as improve the world, make the world sustainable. So that's a hand in hand or synchronous way. So sustainable business is a subset of sustainable world. So there should be a sustainable world if businesses are sustainable financially, profitably, then only business can contribute towards a sustainable world. So can we conclude, therefore, that a sustainable business is one that can survive within the need and legal constraint of sustainable world? So both need to be sustainable. Okay. So otherwise the survival will not. We cannot run the business without making profit and just contributing towards sustainable world. So that's what the thing is, that sustainable world with sustainable business is a good proposition than only looking for sustainable world. So that is the two. That's why we have mentioned that externalities and external factors, these both need to be considered to have a sustainable business in a sustainable world. So if you see the scenario, how the sustainability has picked up the importance in the boardroom. If you see 1987, sustainability was run just as a ESG department or ISO 14,000, which was having less importance by the business. It was taking care of only the legal compliance level. But now over the period of time, it has changed tremendously. If you see the mechanism that are being developed to check out the companies that cannot afford to have technical or structural issue, because the regulations are changing. We cannot survive if we will run the business as usual. So we have to transform our business through our processes and systems. So if you want to have a sustainable future, so we need to have a capable management team. So we need to focus on technical aspects as well as management aspect, and there are many things to be considered. It's now the top item of the CEO in any business, you see. So we can conclude that as business transforms or fail, can we also conclude that sustainable value chain only contains sustainable business? Thus, we see sustainable brand as one controlling a sustainable value chain. Now, we cannot tell that our business or our unit as a isolation is sustainable. Suppose we are performing very good sustainability things and we can tell that we are doing very good, but we don't bother about other partners in the supply chain. If the supply chain is not sustainable, then we are not sustainable. So we have to also take care of our supply chain partners, be our supplier, supplier's supplier, our customer, customer's customer. This complete supply chain has to be sustainable. So we have to think in that angle. That is how the transparency or this transparency through blockchain technology, your product visibility and other things has come into picture. So now all the customers, they are asking for the supply chain transparency. From where you are purchasing the material, suppose, for example, suppose you are producing viscose fiber. Fiber is used in yarn and fabric, and that fabric is converted to a t-shirt. Suppose I am using this t-shirt, it is made up of viscose fiber. So that viscose fiber is made from the pulp. wood pulp. So that wood is procured from which forest? Whether all sustainable practices is followed in that forest or not. So those are the things which have to take care of. This complete supply chain, right from the procurement of the raw material, the source of the raw material, and then this wood has come from the forest, then wood pulp, then fiber, then coming to the yarn, then coming to the weaving, making the fabric, garment, then coming to the consumer. After the consumer, how you are disposing it of, this complete supply chain has to be transparent through technology. So the brands are now demanding, brands are at the top end of the supply chain. They are demanding each of their supply chain partners, are you following this practice? Do you have a sustainable processes and systems to take care of all these things? Then only we will take your product. Otherwise, you will not take your product. So that is how this sustainable business, sustainable supply chain is as well very important. Not only your own business cannot run in isolation. Now, Aditya Birla Group, we decided our vision. Chairman Mr. Kumar Mangalam Birla, he rolled out the vision of sustainability across all the groups. Aditya Birla Group endeavors to become the leading Indian conglomerate for sustainable businesses practices across all its global operations. So that is how all the teams of Aditya Birla Group are working on sustainable initiatives. They have transformed the processes and systems to make the business sustainable, survive and thrive. Not only survive, thrive in 2050 and beyond that. So that's the kind of vision of sustainability which has rolled out across all our business. If you see here, there are three pillars, as I was mentioning: responsible stewardship, stakeholders engagement, and future proof. So I will give a little more detail about this. Responsible stewardship, what is that? Stakeholder engagement, how do you do that? Future proofing, how do you do that? Little practical things and coming to the soft floor. So maybe we can move a little bit faster now to explain, because to cover up all the contents. So if you see responsible stewardship, as a responsible business, all our operations has to achieve international standards in all these categories, be it energy and carbon, be it water, be it waste management, be it noise, be it contaminated site, be it sustainable infrastructure, health, safety, transport, biodiversity, air. So each of these items has to be managed up to the international standards. How you will make international standard? How do you know there is an international standard? So there is a team at the corporate cell who are doing the research and doing the benchmarking with international organization to come out with certain business processes for each of these things. There are around more than 80 process and systems which is drafted, and all our units are following that on those standards. Each of those standards, like your be it biodiversity, be it quality, be it supply chain, be it contractor management, be it human rights. So those standards are being implemented uniformly across all our units to achieve that international standard. That's what is responsible stewardship to become a responsible business. Now, coming to stakeholders engagement, second pillar. Second pillar, each of the unit have business stakeholders, have strategic experts. So each unit, they have list down who are the business stakeholders, internal stakeholders as well as external stakeholders, and strategic experts, and list down the names and entities, and we have decided a frequency and what is the mode of communication with them, so that we will be continuously in touch with all the stakeholders and get the feedback how the things are moving dynamically on day-to-day basis, so that we are aware of the complete scenario, internal as well as external scenario, and make our strategy so that we can future-proof the business without avoiding or minimizing the risk which can come suddenly. So this is about the risk mitigation plan well in ahead. Now coming to the future proofing. In future proofing of our businesses like your acquisition, divestment, joint venture, project development, life cycle management, decommissioning, demolition, decontamination, crisis management. So these are some of these processes and systems. We take support of external experts who can guide us to define the strategy, future proofing strategy, and that is integrated with our business strategy. So these are the three pillars. And if you have come to the framework, sustainability framework means your processes and systems. So we have 5 tiers like your policy, we can call it tier 1, then position statement, management standard, then technical standard and guidance note. These are the 5 level hierarchy of the documentation we have. We have a top level is the policy. There are 17 policies for each and every items, which is very clearly stated what is the statement of intent. It has to be simple, understandable, implemented to guide decisions and achieve specific outcome for each of the sustainable businesses. So it's very clearly defined in the policy document. Then position statement. Position statement on various global issues like your global warming or HIV/AIDS or any other global issues. What is our stand? We can take a favorable stand, we can take an unfavorable stand, but we have to be clear in our position statement. What is our position for particular with respect to this particular global issue? So that each and every management leader or management team is aware of if how we'll address, because when we are attending any conference, we should know how to address the climate change issue. What should be the statement for Aditya Birla Group, where we stand. So those kind of things are very clearly mentioned for the leadership team as a position statement. So it has to be uniformly communicated across the group. Then coming to the management standard. Management standards for each of these, carbon, water, emission, effluent, all these responsible stewardship elements which I was mentioning. There are documents which is mandatory to be followed for all Aditya Birla Group companies. So these management standards are the technical management standards to be followed across all the units. Now coming to the technical standard, the detailed part of it, how to do a rainwater harvesting, how to conserve energy, how to reduce the carbon emission, how to achieve the carbon neutrality or net zero target. So those are some of these technical standards which is given based on the best practices across all the organizations. Then the guidance note. Guidance note is not mandatory. It is a voluntary because it can vary from business to business, from unit to unit, depending on the situation, depending on the product, because we cannot issue a generic thing because it has to be specific. Suppose Aditya Birla Group is dealing with metal, dealing with textile, dealing with cement, dealing with financial services. So there are many business verticals. So everything cannot be same. So depending on the business perspectives, so we need to customize those things and those documents, those procedures, those process and systems as per our requirements. So this is a guidance note. On basis of that, we can customize the things as per our requirement. Now, these are some of these policies, these 18 policies as I was mentioning, which is available for everybody to follow. And then Once it is rolled out from corporate level, then each business has to go through it and they may change their policies as per their own business requirement and then roll it out further down. Then similarly, the position statement is there. Then there are management standards on leadership, accountability, objective targets, management of change, contractor management, supply chain management. There are for each and everything. There is a standard which is given, and on basis of that, we can follow our detailed process and systems at each unit. That is how the business has transformed, and we call it one ABG. So there cannot be different standards, different processes across all units. So at a high level. So these are some of these management standards. Just taking you through briefly on technical standards. There are many technical standards like your energy carbon management, water management, your solid hazardous waste management, your security management, product stewardship management. For each and every item of sustainability, we have a process and system in place. So which has actually transformed the whole thing to become truly a sustainable business. It includes your health, safety, environment. And now coming to the guidance note, as I was mentioning, the guidance note is just for the guidance. On basis of this guidance, then each unit can develop their own standard. So this is not mandatory. This is a guidance note and flexible for all units, all businesses to develop their own standard based on these few guidance. Okay. And now there are many such documents. If you see the total documents, more than 130 documents which is available on policies, then management standard, technical standard, guidance note, and it's being implemented across all our units. If you see about the international standards like your ISO systems, this is also uniformly being implemented, all units, your ISO 9000, 14,000, and our sustainability framework is certified with 17 standards. So once you implement this framework, then we will be automatically getting the certification from 17 international organizations to be eligible, get certified for that. And we have an IT system, and this is a huge task for process excellence or business excellence as well. And so this cannot be managed just in paper, pen and paper. So there is an IT framework called Enablan. So that Enablan platform is rolled out across all the units, and everything is managed through that Enablan. Even single data, the dashboard, the leadership dashboard, quarterly, annual, monthly, is can be taken a printout and can be reviewed. Each unit across 34 countries, they are just putting the data on monthly basis, daily basis, weekly basis, so that we can get summary reports in that IT platform. Whatever report, what kind of report, trend, chart, all these things we can see for our analysis and improvement purpose. So how to check? Because there is a framework which I have explained to you. Now there is a assurance or audit system, and there is also a reward and recognition to motivate the people. So for that, there is a self-assessment questionnaire. So all these standards, it has to be assessed by each unit team. That is called self-assessment through that IT platform, Enablan. And after that, you will get a score. So suppose in energy carbon, your score is 60% or 80% or 90%. So you are at that level. So that means we have ranked 60%, less than 60% is unacceptable. If 60 to 80% is satisfactory, then once you reach 80%, then we can do the validation by the business team or corporate team. If it is less than 60%, then no question of validation. So once it go to 80%, it will be validated. 80 to 95% will be off-site validation. Without coming to the site, there will be a validation. If your score is greater than 95%, that means excellent. Then the auditor will come to the site and validate, and then recognize the team once you are crossing 95% level. So that is how there is a dashboard which is also reviewed. Business Review Council. Business Review Council is the highest reviewing authority by the chairman. So that happens once in a quarter. So once in a quarter, in that Business Review Council meeting, these scores of each unit is displayed and reviewed by BRC, the chairman's representatives. They review it. So that is how the things get implemented, then get assessed and audited, and then finally come out with a reward and recognition, so that the complete team is motivated to work towards that, to achieve excellent performance across all those criteria of sustainability framework. Then coming to the future proofing of the business through impact card, and there is an organization called Forum for the Future. So we have a collaboration with them, and they are a research organization who is keep on tracking on the trends, mega trends, what is going to happen in coming 10, 15 years, 20 years. So based on their horizon scanning, then they do discuss with our leadership team, and there is an impact card methodology by which they do discuss with the team, come out with the future strategy. If you want to survive and thrive, you have to do this, this, this. Your product category had to be this, your service has to be this, like that. Suppose, for example, we do a future proofing of our linen business. Then it comes to it, we understand that because of the climate change, the raw material for linen is flax. Flax is only grown in Bulgaria, so some part of the Europe, very limited part in Europe. So that is the only area where the flax is grown. Flax is, you cannot get flax in other part of the world. So our business survival is because of that. If because of the climate change, the agriculture or cultivation and that pattern will change, then our business is in threat. So it is studied that the area where the flax is grown in Europe, that particular area, your temperature, your rainfall and climatic condition is going to change drastically in coming 2 to 3 years. So our business is in danger. We cannot get the raw material. So how business will run? So that is how they predict that, okay, this area, the climate is going to change. Now the cultivation of flax is going to shift from this area to another area in China or another area in Italy. So then you have to keep a track of all these things to get the raw material, because raw material will not be available to run your linen business. So that is how we decide the business strategy in coming 10 to 15 years to future-proof the business with the help of Forum of the Future, and then decide the strategy, how to adopt to all these things, a big crisis which is coming because of the climate change and other issues. So it's a small example. So that is how we do the future proofing for all our businesses. And this is the impact card methodology, how the risk is associated with each of these: your land productivity, raw material scarcity, deforestation, land availability, biodiversity and ecosystem degradation. So like that, we have around 60 areas of the risk. So each of these areas risk is assessed, then risk is identified, then how to manage those risks is discussed along with the team. After that, a risk mitigation plan is decided. How to bring those red areas to the green areas kind of thing is the complete risk management process in place. across all the units. That's part of the future-proofing strategy for each business. So this is a snapshot how this water risk is changing. This is just one of the classic example I told. We have 12 units and we do the risk assessment 5 years back. We find that most of the units are having low risk. But just in 3 to 4 years, the risk changed. Now all the units are in high risk. So we have to find alternate source of water. So source vulnerability risk is there, and quality of the water, that risk is there. And those are the things which is changing very frequently. Unless we keep ourselves abreast with the knowledge, we cannot, business cannot survive with that steady business process. We have to have a dynamic, agile and lean business processes to survive and thrive in the business. So briefly, I explained this model of our sustainability framework, how we progress to achieve a sustainable world with sustainable business in 2050 and beyond, and future-proofing strategy, how we have to consider our value chain, supply chain along with us. If we are only sustainable, then we cannot be sustainable alone. So we have to take our supply chain partners along with us. We have to make a sustainable world. So sustainable business with sustainable supply chain partners with sustainable world is the only solution to go ahead. So we have to look beyond our business. Only looking within the business is not going to help. That's the understanding which has come few years. Sometimes the competitors are collaborating with each other to be successful. So that's the way we have to move ahead, to collaborate with each and every partners where we can derive value and survive in our business. So we have recently published our report, Building Sustainable Business Fit for a Sustainable World. That's the theme of our sustainability report. So unless we have a sustainable world, our business cannot survive. So build sustainable businesses fit for a sustainable world. That's the theme. And we are working for net zero carbon emission by 2050 to achieve that less than 2 degrees centigrade future, and which is available in internet. You can get those reports. And thanks very much for your patient hearing. And if any question answered or anything, we can conclude. So I request Dr. Ave to take it.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Jagdish, for your very informative and thought-provoking inaugural speech on sustainability of business and how Aditya Birla Group is revisiting their business processes for inclusive growth. I'm glad that you mentioned environmental issues, the legacy issues impacting business globally, and you mentioned about how technical management aspects and assessment of business process focus for sustainability from future proofing with Forum for Future you have developed. I think the risk mitigation of Aditya Birla Group is commendable. And when you talk about your business processes to be sustainable, you also mentioned how stakeholders are considered to see that inclusive growth with supply chain partners can be achieved. I have one question to you, since you have got very massive qualitative and quantitative global exposure of international business. What will be your suggestion that India should work on the three major business processes, considering the demographic advantage of India? We have got very good pool of intelligent youth, and of course, we have got emerging academic institution with state-of-art technology. Where do you think that India should work more?
Yeah, thanks. It's a very nice question. And In fact, we are seeing the Indians, they are very much into this sustainability field now, though they are working from US, they are working from Canada and all these, because IT, the digitization had picked up very fast. And all these solution, at maximum solution of sustainability, we are getting through digitization. So let's take it traceability. If you see the traceability, we take help of blockchain technology. And for that blockchain technology, who can be the best in IT? Our Indian IT team, they have the best capability across the globe. We are seeing many people, though they are settled at different countries, but they are helping us in finding the right IT solutions for all our sustainability initiatives, like to make it a visibility on carbon emission and visibility of our complete sustainability framework. We have taken help of IT, because without help of IT, we cannot manage the whole thing sitting at one place, because the days has gone. You can visit the units, but if see my case, we have 12 units at Indonesia, Thailand, Philippines, Germany, India. I cannot travel to all the locations, but sitting in front of my laptop, I can see which unit is performing how on daily basis. So that IT has given us the tool to manage the whole thing. So India is leading in that. I'm happy to express that Indian IT or computer engineers, IT engineers, they have come in a long way, and they are doing excellent across the world, and name it any business. They are helping us in a big way in this journey of sustainability.
Sure. Thank you. I like in your presentation the two parts as a Six Sigma Master Black Belt. Whenever we were supposed to put the limits of our processes, we were supposed to consider our process limits and customer limits. And very nicely you talked about the legal limits and tolerance, which is the limits given by the customer specifications, and the ABG control limits, which are with international standard, which will be considered as your own process limit, so that none of the business processes goes out of specification limit, so that that which are mentioned by the customer specified limit. So I think this is where the zero defect can be achieved by your group. I'm extremely delighted. But my question is, how these international standards are decided? Are they available for engineering units like your group?
Yeah. So first of all, I just like to say that you have asked a very apt, very nice question, and which took me back to the Six Sigma days. We measure the process capability of CPK, where we always tell that voice of the customer, voice of the process. So voice of the process has to be within the voice of the customer. So that's exactly nothing, because I could able to use that philosophy to bring it to a simple sustainability model. So in the back of that, exactly that was the thought process. And yeah, regarding this international standard, yes, it's available. We had done bit of research, taking help of some consultants. When we frame those international standards on each of those, carbon, water, emission, effluent, and all these things, we take help of some consultants, and those standards are available in UNGC, OECD, IFC, and HUL. HUL is one of the big, and in textile, if you see H&M, Zara, so they have done this complete benchmarking study, and sustainability reports are available in the internet and the public domain, and even all these international NGO, and if you see the IFC report, International Finance Corporation report, So all these, even I take an example of textile industry. They have done extensive study on textile industry. They have published the report on each of those criteria. What should be the standard for each of these things? Like that, the team of consultants we hired, and they took complete 1 year to do this complete exercise, and then work with our team to develop those standards. And then after that, we do a peer review within our different businesses. And after completing the peer review, then once we agree on those international standards, and then we call it as Aditya Birla standards, then we roll it out to all the units.
Sure. I think that was very nice. I think this is all for all the viewers who are viewing this broadcast of Mr. Jagdish Barik, who is a stalwart in engineering industry with a global perspective. The ease of doing business will be possible only when you have availability of raw material. And the raw material come from tier 1, tier 2 suppliers. Talking about the typical business case mentioned by Mr. Jagdish Barik, it was all related with textile industry, where the raw material plays a very important role, where the water, quality and quantity of water plays a very important role. And that is where how raw material availability in terms of sustainable business, in terms of profitable business, in terms of availability of these things is very important, which is critical to quality for a business. So I'm really happy that Jagdish, you have given the more focus on the helicopter view of doing business to my all participants, faculty members and corporate members. Yes, we in this international conference, we are going to talk about revisiting banking operations with AIML. We are also talking about rejuvenating marketing processes. Of course, blockchain, as you rightly mentioned, for redefining human business processes, HR perspective, and the supply chain, where we are going to talk about use of technology to enhance supply chain processes, where how tier 1, tier 2 suppliers can do ease of business for OEMs, which is also our point of view. And in valedictory, we are also going to have a session from the Peel University personality who are expert in industry and academia, how we can bridge the so-called gap of academia and industry, which is always talk of the town, saying that there is a gap. But international conferences like this and exposure given by a person like you will definitely encourage the academia and corporate members to come together to brainstorm and talk more about how revisiting business processes is going to be the buzzword for profitable, sustainable, and inclusive growth for the entire community.
So much, Dr. Jagdish Barik, sir, the keynote speaker. It was indeed a very insightful session, and we understood that sustainability is too important, especially for developing economies like India. Population is growing exponentially in the past 50 decades. This has led to the gap between demand and supply. Agile business model is the need of the hour. Business policies, processes should be redesigned, and 4 pillars, namely people, process, system, and assets, to meet the international standards. Thank you. Now I request Dr. Jayashree ma'am to conclude for the concluding remark.
We inaugurated the session by setting the intent by our head of the department, Manisha ma'am. Then context setting has been done by Dr. Abhay Kulkarni sir, and the significance of this program has been declared by our Dean, Commerce and Management of SPPU, Dr. Parag Kalkar sir, and Dr. Jagdish Barik sir has given an insight on revisiting engineering and business process for the sustainable process. So which is the need of the hour because of the economy. We know the economy is in deep trouble. To revamp the economy, So we have to revisit the business process. First and foremost, on behalf of the management, we thank the Dean for accepting our invitation and gracing the occasion. Moreover, we thank the keynote speaker, Dr. Jagdish Parikh sir, for his wonderful session, insightful session on the topic. Moreover, we thank the track chairs for sparing their valuable time and accepting the invitation to evaluate the research project and give their valuable suggestions to improvise the research journey. Moreover, we thank the research delegates from all over the globe for bestowing the trust on us and sharing the research journey. And moreover, we thank, it's a privilege to thank the admin department as well as technical department for the continuous support for this event. Now, it is actually from the bottom of my heart, I thank the untiring efforts of the aspiring managers of MBA at IICMR for making this event a grand success. We thank our associates, namely PMI, Deccan India Chapter, AIMS, and INSAN for their valuable support to us. With this, we declare the inaugural program got over. I hope the research delegates are conversant about the research tracks and the research coordinators. So for today's session, there are 3 tracks are there. First track coordinator is Professor Dipti Bajpai. She'll be, the venue is auditorium itself, and the track chairs are Dr. Sailesh Kaslandis, the renowned person of from the academia as well as industry, and Dr. Punna Shankar ma'am with the track chairs. Regarding track 2, the coordinators is Dr. Dipti Sharma, and the venue is TI01. It is in the 3rd floor of the premises, and the track chairs are Dr. Bharat Fazal sir and Dr. Sudhir Asam sir. Track 3 coordinators, it is virtual. You can be in touch with the track coordinators, they will be guiding you. Thank you very much. With this, we declare the inaugural session. So we are from 12:30 to 1:30 lunch break is there. We request all the participants to assemble as per the guidance given by the track coordinators and the faculty members. At 1:30 sharp, we'll start the session at 1:30 sharp. Thank you very much. So I request all the students to please be there. To all the delegates who are there in Microsoft Team online platform, the lunch break will be from 12:30 to 1:15. So I want we as the team require your continuous support and request you all to please submit the presentation to the concerned coordinator. For the purpose of maintaining smoothness in the entire transition, we have shared a separate link to all the tracks individually, and accordingly WhatsApp group has been created. In case if any of the research delegate is having any confusion regarding this, or if they are not handled by mistake in any of the WhatsApp group or in any of the tracks, I request them to please contact either Dr. Madhura or Dr. Vinod or Dr. Jayashree, who are the international conference coordinators. So wish you all the best to all the research delegates, because one thing everybody I forgot to mention, we are going to have top 3 best paper awards. So wishing you all the best, and I think all the students from both MBA and IICMR, as well as from those students who are attending from North Maharashtra University, Jalgaon, I request all them to have have a patience listening and understand exactly what is the entire research process and how these senior faculty members, research scholars, and corporate stalwarts are presenting the presentation and saying that their topic is the best for the purpose of the award. So I request the commitment from all the students
of MBA at IICMR to be on time. As per the attendance, after taking the attendance, we all are expected to assemble in the tracks that has been already given by your MBA first year coordinator. Hope that this is clear to everybody.
Yes, ma'am.
So wishing you once again, I wish all the best to all the research delegates and wishing all the best for active learning for all the students who are here and as well as in online. Thank you so much. We'll meet exactly at 1:50 in different tracks. 1:50. No confusion.
ചിച്ചു മുണ്ടിട്ട് വരും
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hello. Yes. Yes, I'm just joining. Give me 2 3 minutes.
Start. It is start. Good start.
A warm good afternoon to all the conference delegates. I, Ms. Dipti Vajpayee, find profound privilege in welcoming you all to the second leg of this international conference on the theme Revisiting Business Process for Sustainable, Profitable and Inclusive Growth. Revisit, that is resilience, explore, sustain, question, uplift, endure, rescue 2022. The world has just witnessed a disruption, one of its kind, and is still struggling to get back on the path in the current phase. The economy has seen gradual downfall in the first wave of the pandemic. There is gradual recovery in most of the sectors of the economy. Resilience has proved to be the silver lining to remain positive and get back on the track. We researchers have a crucial role to play. We need to find facts that will help us revive, rebuild, reboot, and consequently create an agile and resilient environment. We have with us the most eminent, esteemed stalwarts. Delegates, believe me, you are truly fortunate to get guidance with such experienced researchers, great mentors, and super coaches. With a round of applause, I am overwhelmed and privileged to announce the track chairs. Respected and honorable Dr. Shailesh Kasande sir, and Poorna Shankar ma'am. Dr. Kasande sir is CEO and Group Director of Suryadatta Group of Institutes. He is the Academic Council member, SP Pune University. Sir is the torchbearer of the new revised syllabus of MBA. He holds a doctorate from SP Pune University. He is a marketing. He holds the MBA in marketing and is a Bachelor of Engineering from Karad, Government College of Engineering, Karad. Sir has a diverse experience. Words would fall short if we speak about his experience. I would now request Dr. Abhay Kulkarni sir to please felicitate Dr. Shailesh Kasande sir. I would now take this opportunity to welcome the second track chair, Dr. Poorna Shankar ma'am. Ma'am is a professor and dean, research and development from Emira College of Engineering and Management. She is a doctorate in artificial neural networks, MPhil computer management, Bharati Vidyapeeth, and MTech computer science and engineering with distinction, and holds a master's in computer application. She is also a founder of Poorna Edu Solutions. The company renders educational support services, IT and computer related services, academic alliance activities, enrichment programs for faculty accreditation services, campus to corporate programs, placement services, and international collaboration with academic institutes. I wholeheartedly welcome the track chairs, and I would request Dr. Abhay Kulkarni sir to please felicitate Dr. Poorna Shankar ma'am. Yes. Before we start the presentations, there are a few rules which I would like to orient the respected research delegates with. The presentation time is of 10 minutes, followed by 2 minutes of question answers. A warning sign in the form of hand raise would be flashed on the screen after completion of 8 minutes, and final bell will be given after completion of 10 minutes. Further 2 minutes will be given to the track chair for question and answers. The participants are already aware of the schedule and the sequence of the presentations. A humble request to them to kindly be ready with their presentations. All the best and happy learning. I would now call upon the first research delegate for the presentation, Dr. Naresh Motiani, sir.
Hi, am I audible?
Yes.
Yes. Shall I share my presentation?
Yeah.
1 minute. Yeah, just let me know if you're able to see my screen.
Right, sir.
Are we good?
No.
You're not able to see the screen?
Share it once again.
1 minute. Okay, there was some mistake from my side actually, sorry.
Yeah.
You able to see my screen? Yes, sir. Just let me know when I can start.
You can start now.
Okay, all right. So first of all, thank you and good afternoon all. And I thank the organizing committee for this opportunity to present at this conference. I'm Naresh Motiani and working at Maersk Global Capability Center since 2009 as Process Excellence Partner in the capacity as Program Manager for the 3 global initiatives. For today, I'll be presenting on the topic of study of business excellence practices in knowledge process outsourcing industry. I'll just call out the slide numbers so that we stay on the same. Yeah. So on slide 1 now, the term KPO was first coined in 2007 and is part of the services outsourcing industry, which is higher up in the value chain. Just as an example, legal, IP research, contract research. Further, KPO managers face challenges, various challenges, just a few, as handling non-standard, non-routinized steps and iterative nature of work. It thus becomes imperative for the KPOs to adopt business excellence for continuous improvement. So for this study, we focused on lean thinking that originated from Toyota Production System or TPS. So theoretical foundation for the current study is based on the grant's knowledge-based view, KBV, that positions implementing innovative practices such as lean for competitive advantage. Now, given this managerial and theoretical background, we formulated an overarching research question for business excellence in the KPO, such as is lean thinking relevant for the KPOs, given that TPS involved in the automotive industry actually. On to slide number 2 now. Study of existing literature was done in 3 stages: the planning review, conducting review to focus on 113 published articles in lean in services, which showed 39 lean practices. The next stage, which is stage 3 of the KPO, being a new context, literature synthesis was important and was done in a step-by-step process, starting with step 1, which is listing the elements of TPS from A to H, 8 elements, which evolved in the automotive context. Step 2, TPS applicability is reviewed in the KPO industrial context. So for example, the work structure, the nature of demand and variability, etc. Step 3 was where we synthesized each of the 8 TPS elements and any related lean practices from the existing models actually. Just as an example, I will show you where we had the value flow model, where this was done as part of the TPS waste reduction element. We lay out a KPO system which is analogous to a manufacturing system actually. Going to step 4, all the research gaps were then mapped against each of the 8 TPS elements and were summarized. And finally, step 5 was synthesis. The 8 TPS elements which showed actually 30 lean practices were relevant to the KPOs. Moving on to slide number 3 now. This slide shows the research gaps which were mapped to the 4 concepts derived from literature review. We now then had 5 specific research questions on the relevance of lean practices in KPOs to achieve the business excellence. Moving on to slide number 4 now. To study the lean application in real life KPOs, qualitative case-based research was undertaken in 5 KPOs who claimed to have implemented lean practices to achieve business excellence. The observation from the 5 KPOs revealed 32 lean practices, which were also mapped with their effect on operational performance. Moving on to slide number 5 now. From the case data, we also mapped how the 8 wastes are applied in the KPOs and their impact on operational performance. This is just a partial table. The full table is something like this. I'm just going to gloss over. Moving on to slide number 6 now. So the case studies actually showed us the applicability of lean practices for the enterprise-wide transformation to achieve business excellence. So on slide 6 here, we now look at the research design and methods. The research design was guided by the research questions. For the current study, a mixed method design was used, leading to a conceptual framework and hypothesis development. So a survey instrument was designed and piloted before conducting a full-scale study. Moving on to slide number 7. So this figure shows a structural model for lean practices and lean concepts. JIT or waste reduction, TQM, HRM, showing the hypothesized relationships between the lean concepts and the operational performance. So the model actually also had 30 observed lean practices, which were connected from the case studies and the literature review actually. Moving on to slide number 8 now. So as a next step, a full-scale study was undertaken and random sampling was done with a target of 200 based on the expert guidelines. Moving on to slide number 9, before the final analysis, a preliminary analysis was done, including normality check, reliability and validity checks, and it is summarized here. And these were found acceptable as per the expert guidelines. Moving on to slide number 10 now. So we now proceeded for the final multivariate analysis using partial least square structural equation modeling or PLS-SCM for the current study. The model fit and the quality indices are found acceptable, such as the VIF is also less than 5. So multicollinearity should not be a concern here. The figure shows a conclusive structural model showing path coefficients. So as an example, JIT has 0.53. So theoretically, if JIT changes by 1, then the operational performance would be expected to change by 0.43 actually, and so on. The R square is 61.3% for the model and shows the variance in the dependent operational performance, which is explained by the 4 lean concepts actually. Moving on to slide number 11. The hypothesis results are shown here of the 4 lean concepts, which shows a significant positive impact on the dependent operational performance construct actually. Moving on to slide number 12 now. So we now kind of look at the conclusions, keeping in mind our initial objectives. So for objective 1, while studying the relevance of lean practices in KPOs, the findings from the empirical analysis support the knowledge-based view theory. Implementing lean practices leads to efficient tacit to explicit knowledge conversion, as described by Nonaka. As per Heinz et al. And the iceberg model of lean transformation, lean practices involve the visible part, such as act of doing, along with the invisible part, which is the mindset part or the act of being actually. For the research objective 2, the impact on lean concepts on operational performance, an example of JIT is given here. So it is based on the empirical analysis of the lean concepts, which were defined as part of the conceptual framework. So the JIT had 3 TPS elements. The concept in JIT in the knowledge work, it enables identifying the tasks, defining the tasks iteratively, bringing visibility, and then stabilizing the disruptions to the flow. Similar conclusions were done for the other 3 lean concepts actually. Moving on to slide number 13 now. For final research objective on lean practices, it shows that it could be used to improve the operational performance of the KPOs through 20 lean practices, which would help to move up the cost value equation actually. Through case studies, then we also observe various deployment phases, and the results also show that the lean practices are interrelated and actually operate systemically together to improve the operational performance. Thus, through the current study, we had attempted to make the research gaps and then provide a practical guide to KPO managers who want to implement lean practices and then improve the operational performance actually. The limitations of the current study are due to the research methods primarily. Being a cross-sectional study, it cannot completely assess lean implementation, which happens over a period of time and needs longitudinal studies. There is also a tremendous scope for research in the study of KPOs, such as integration of lean and digital technologies in the Industry 4.0 context, and the recent trend of agile adoption in the KPOs, which is also promising. And this will actually help us in achieving the business excellence in the KPOs. So moving on to the last slide now here. With this, I conclude and then again, thank you for listening. I'll be glad to take any questions and feedback.
Good afternoon, Mr. Naresh. It's a wonderful presentation, very interesting one. Just can you go to slide number 7?
Just a minute.
Can you elaborate on the factors that you have considered in the structured equation model?
This one you're saying?
The factors that you have identified, 7, yeah.
Yeah. So the factors
that you have identified in the structured equation model.
Yes.
What
So
is the
these.
reasons for that? Yeah.
Yeah, so these were the 4 concepts that we looked at, the JIT waste reduction, the TQM and the HRM. And the observed variables were something which were detailed, and these were arrived from the literature review, which was done for the lean in services. And when we did the synthesis for the KPO environment, and then also from the case studies actually. So we had a total of 20 observed variables actually.
Any standards are there for that? Any standards have you referred, or is it only the literature review that you referred for identifying these factors?
It is primarily through literature review. Because as such, the standards in terms of lean, it is a very integrative model actually. So if we look at some of the studies or the toolkit which is given by Biceno, there are almost 100 of them actually. But not everything is applicable in the KPO context actually. So through synthesis and then through actual real world observation in the 5 KPO studies, we could only see the relevance of 20 practices actually.
Can you compare or tell one difference between Agile and Lean model? Where it will be more suitable? The Lean model will be more applicable than the Agile model?
The agile practices are considered, at least in this model, I've considered agile practices as part of the lean framework. Though in the KPO real world studies, we saw there is a promising uptake of the agile practices actually. That was actually one of the model, if I can just show you in a minute here, where we saw in the model that they use this agile practices to do their work actually.
Yeah, wonderful. Yeah. Thank you so much. Very interesting presentation, and congratulations.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Mr. Naresh, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
2 questions. One on the methodology. What was the sampling methodology that you have used? The sampling method.
You are referring to this, right? Yeah, slide here.
The final stage 170 or 190 or sample was there.
Okay, sorry. Just I'll come to there. Here, yes, yes.
Yeah, 196, right?
Yes.
The determined sample.
Yeah.
Okay, so you have
question.
Sampling.
Sir, your voice is breaking. So you're asking how did I arrive at the sample?
Yeah. How did you identify the sample elements?
Okay. So now to arrive at the sample elements actually, so we took 2 expert views actually, the guidance from Bartlett actually. So using that formula, we arrived at a sample size of 196 actually. Now there's also a formula which is given by Cohen actually, which gives us 157 actually. So we took a higher of these 2 and then with a target of 200 responses, and then accordingly we targeted the audience, assuming that we will get a 30% response rate actually, and then we reached out to the targeted audience actually.
Okay. So what was the population size in this case?
We reached out to 667 actually respondents actually.
So you reached out to the entire population. Is that what you are trying to say?
We will not know. The way we ran this was that we took help from the PMI Deccan chapter to look at their database, which is kind of the largest database of the IT/ITS population in Pune actually. So using this database, then what we did was how did we reach out to the target audience? We did a mapping against the NASSCOM KPO job classification. And then once we mapped that, then we knew who we have to reach out to.
Okay.
And from that, we randomly picked 667 and reached out to them actually.
One conceptual question.
Yes.
We are in a world where we are talking about Brexit, post globalization, COVID, and now Ukraine, Russia, everything. Okay? So supply chains are under stress and so on and so forth. So business excellence, you are talking about JIT, being agile, low wastage, okay? And against that, we are talking about business resilience.
Yeah.
So which would necessarily involve some buffer in the supply chains. So how do you reconcile these two things?
Sir, can you repeat the last part after the resilience thing that you said?
See, so business resilience would mean that you can't operate your business on just-in-time concept because your supply chains might get punctured, they may completely get stalled for various reasons.
Correct.
Geopolitical and otherwise. So how do you reconcile these two things?
Okay, so so what you're saying is the disruptions in the supply chain, right?
Right.
How do I? Yeah.
And
Now,
how do you reconcile?
okay. Now, how do we reconcile this primarily when we look at these practices actually, and we look at JIT, and especially when we look at the agility of the businesses. Though now using that and the model that I showed, and especially now that this is a knowledge process, right? So when we look at the knowledge process, so the variations and the volatility which will come in through from the supply chain actually, because these knowledge processes are outsourced knowledge processes. So in a way they are a little back end actually. Now how these will actually react or respond to those changes is something which can be used or which can be done through these lean and the agile practices actually.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Naresh, with the context of this conference, revisiting business process, and your research is on KPO business processes, right?
Yeah.
So I just wanted to say, what are the revisit areas in KPO you are looking forward in your industry where you are working?
Okay. Now, yeah, specifically in the industry where I am working actually. So I'll kind of just give an example of two projects actually in simple words. So one, the way we have structured ourselves now as knowledge processes. So we have like a lead to agreement cycle. We have an order to cash cycle, payment to or pay to procure cycle actually, like procure to pay cycle actually. Now,
I think he got disconnected.
am I audible?
Please repeat.
Yeah. So here we are looking at the logistics and the transportation sector as such, right? As part of where I work actually. So when we look at the lead to agreement part, actually, it is very upstream in the process, and we want to offer to the customer a menu which is as simple as like going to a McDonald's or a Subway and then ordering your meal over there, because currently the way the processes are, they are very scattered and they are also very decentralized. So we look at the processes and then see what we need to standardize, and then what we need to just absolutely keep in the front with the customer actually, where the sales guy has to actually speak to the customer. Now this is where I'm applying some of these concepts of the knowledge processes, and then seeing how can we get some more efficient utilization of the resources actually. That is one. The second project is at the overall company level. We are looking at the standardization and automation piece, where we are using this methodology to see how we can standardize the knowledge processes as much as possible.
Good. I think that is a very wonderful presentation made by you. All the best.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Take the next one. Where? Can she come online?
Next is Neha Gupta.
Okay. She's from Kerala. The second one, there is heavy rain. Priyanka.
Neha Gupta is there. Neha 7.
Okay, but Priyanka is unable to present because there is no power. Huh?
Neha Gupta.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I'm trying to share, but I don't know why it is not getting shared. Let me try one.
If you want, we can share your PPT.
Okay, ma'am. Then please.
Yeah, we do.
Good afternoon, judges, teachers, and my dear friend. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you can start.
Ma'am, your screen is visible to you? The PPT?
Yes, ma'am, my screen is visible, and I hope it is visible to all. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Neha Gupta. I'm a research scholar at GT Goenka University, and I'm a lecturer at RGI Gurgaon. And I'm here to present give a small presentation on cybersecurity, a journal discussion. Ma'am, slide number 2. So what is cybersecurity? Cybersecurity is a practice of defending our mobile data, our computer data, our servers, our softwares, our hardwares. Ma'am, my voice is echoing or something. There is some kind of disturbance.
We are able to listen. You speak.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. So cybersecurity is basically the practice of defending computers, servers, mobile devices, networks, data from any kind of attacks. And basically those attacks are malicious, malified with wrong intentions. With passage of time, internet has changed our lives. As we can see, I'm sitting in Gurgaon and giving a presentation in a college which is situated in Pune. Even the education, everything, the distance barrier and everything, internet has changed our lives. But with internet comes a threat of cyber attacks, which is actually more dangerous. Slide 3. Objective. The broad objective of this study is and vulnerabilities of cyber infrastructure. The attacks does not only include software attacks, it also these attacks can actually damage our hardwares also, our networks, our enterprise networks, internet, and its use of cyber intrusions. Next, research question. What is cybersecurity? Can it help in securing the digital world? We are living in a world, in a digital world. Next. Cybersecurity. The word cyber means information technology and the word internet and the whole digital world. The word security means defense, protection, how to protect our data basically. So cybersecurity involves protecting the information by preventing, detecting and responding to cyber attacks. These cyber attacks are very dynamic. As the internet world is, digital world is very dynamic, it is very convenient. So the cyber attacks are also very dangerous at the same time. It is very important to have cyber security for data protection, preventing misuse and viruses. Now this is the most important slide, security problems and solutions. So let us discuss what are the kinds of attacks people normally face and what are the solutions which can actually be used by all of us to protect ourselves from these dangerous attacks. First is a virus. What is a virus? These are worms uploaded in the system without our knowledge. So how can we protect our data and information from being damaged or being misused by somebody else, by some unauthorized user? We can install a security suite. It's a software which we can install and protect our data from virus. Hacker. A hacker is a person who is very skilled in computers. He has all the knowledge of a computer, but he uses this knowledge for unauthorized access, unauthorized uh, illegal purposes also. So what can we do in that regard if there is a hacker? Honestly, it is not possible to protect our things from hackers, but still we can use strong password. Firewalls can help. So now the question comes as to what is a firewall? Firewall again is a software, but it acts as a wall, as the name suggests, firewalls. Uh, if there is a wall, it protects us from basically it filters whether the data is safe or not, and if it is safe we can give the it will tell us whether it is safe or not and whether we are ready to go ahead or not. So it basically serves as a wall. Most of the banks, even the big organizations like Microsoft, Yahoo, Amazon, they all are suffering from cyber attacks. Cyber thieves are hacking every day, and they are digitizing these big organizations and common persons like you and me also. Then there comes web jacking. Web jacking is the term used for the act where the whole website is the whole website is taken control over by the hackers. In such situation, hackers take the unauthorized control of the website and do whatever they like to do, and they change the information, they do whatever they like to do. Then this stealing of credit and debit card information has become very common nowadays, and our bank transactions and our money, we all, even the fruit vendors don't carry cash. We are in a digital system, so the information, everything is bank, everything is even the currency is in digital form. So if our passwords are not protected, we are at risk of losing money, our hard-earned money also. In that case, we can then there comes malware. Malware is a combination of two words, basically mal plus ware. Mal means malicious, and the word var is taken from software. It becomes malicious software. This is the software, as the name suggests. It not only infects our software, but it also damages our software. So what can we do? There is a software for this also, that is anti-malware. We can install it, and firewall software also serves good for protecting us against such kind of softwares. And then there is antivirus software also, which we can install. Ma'am, next please. Yes, Trojan horses. This is one of the most dangerous attacks which the hackers and attackers use. It's an email virus which can actually damage our computer. This virus is so powerful, it can duplicate itself, it can multiply itself, and it can steal all our informations. So for this, there is a software, a security system, which we can download and prevent our information from being stolen. So next is password attacks. Even I myself have suffered a password attack. My social website was taken over by somebody else, and he was posting something. Even the emails, if we don't provide a strong password, even emails which is a formal thing can be taken away by somebody else. So what is the solution? We need to use strong password. And how to build strong password? We should not give easy numbers, our mobile numbers as password. There should be special characters, and we should not use the same password for more than one site. I'm next. Conclusion. The conclusion is basically how we can protect our data, information, our money from cyber attacks, from cyber crimes. So cyber security has 3 steps basically: prevention, detection, and reaction. In prevention, we can secure our system by using softwares which protect our system, data, hardware, software. As I have discussed earlier also, basically these are antivirus softwares, firewall system, security system, detection. Uh, in case we come to know that there is a failure in protecting our data, we must update the security system as well as the hardware. We should keep on updating our system. It is not only important if we detect the problem, we need to take the next step also. We need to make the amends also. In case we have detected the failure, then we should respond accordingly also. And if there is something which we cannot, as a normal layman person, we cannot take action, then we should take the help of some IT official also, because these hackers are very skilled. These are the highly technically skilled people. And honestly speaking, there is no straight jacket formula for cyber crimes, as they are very dynamic. They are innovating every day. So as our IT professionals and everyone, but we can do on our part. Any kind of security can be breached. But in such a situation, what we can do, we can prevent, detect, and react accordingly. Being vigilant is the only solution which I have come across after reading many articles, books, and some literature. Thank you so much for this.
Thank you, Ms. Neha, for the nice presentation. It was only the definitions that we could see. Can you discuss any example with the case study? Because we have a lot of attacks like SQL injection or brute force attack, which is happening nowadays, the phishing attacks. Since it is a research paper presentation, instead of discussing only the definitions, we would expect one case study to be discussed. So can you give an example of any recent attacks that you have read?
Recent attacks which I have read, ma'am, nowadays we all know that Facebook account of many people was used for asking for the money purpose. In that case, I would recommend a strong password should be used, and we should be vigilant the moment we come to know that somebody has taken over our social website and is asking for money and all. We should take the remedial steps by changing the password, by talking to the authorities, and posting that we are not asking, and sharing the relevant information that our account has been taken over, and then taking the, and on the first place we should use the strong password.
So what sort of attack is implemented in social media while stealing the data?
Ma'am, I'm talking about social media attacks, where they take over our social media attacks. They take over our identity and keep on asking for monies and everything. And there is one more attack which was there on the social media, where they post the photos, unwanted photos from our accounts.
What is the research component in this entire presentation? The research flow or research design. What did you research in this apart from the definitions? Any novelty you found in this paper?
Ma'am, can you just come again? I'm unable to get what you're trying to say.
The research component in this paper, because it is all the definitions that you have explained us.
Ma'am, basically, it is a journal.
The problem statement that you identified out of this exhaustive presentation.
Ma'am, see, the title of my paper is cyber security. So it's a journal, cyber security, a journal discussion. So I just wanted to bring some awareness about the cyber security, how we can, what are the kinds of attacks, and how we can protect ourselves from different types of attacks.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Okay. Next.
Thank you. Thank you, Neha ma'am, for your presentation.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
We have the next presenter, Ms. Priyanka. Since she's facing power issues, I believe we'll be sharing her PPT also. Are you online, Ms. Priyanka?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we'll be sharing your PPT. You can present it.
They are presenting it.
Want to present? Ma'am, you want to present? Then you can present from your end.
Yeah, I'll present, ma'am.
Okay, okay.
Can you see my screen?
Yes. Yes, we are able to see your screen.
Okay. A very warm good afternoon. My name is Miss Priyanka Yu, research scholar at IICMR Doctor Fellowship Awardee, doing research under the guidance of Dr. V. Vimala, Department of Commerce of Avinash Lingam Institute for Home Science and Higher Education for Women. My research topic is e-commerce marketing and investigation on GI tagged agri products. Introduction. India, being an agriculture economy, consists of an extensive array of GI tag agriculture products to which it owns its own glory. GI tag are nothing but the tags given to the products having characteristics which are largely due to the place of origin, and the products qualities are largely based on that geographical area of production. So the ICT is playing a major role in enriching the society's economic development. In this globalized era, e-commerce in agriculture symbolizes the digital world and creates an opportunity for farmers to reach broader consumers. And as Vinay in 2017 cited, e-commerce in agriculture can increase sales and thereby reduce information asymmetry, which has been pointed out in the significant literature. Further, e-commerce enables the farmers to reduce the cost of production and increases the demand of the product. E-commerce also acts as an excellent opportunity to promote our 460 GI tag products as a way to strengthen the rural and urban linkages. Agriculture online marketing faces various challenges including price, quantity, etc. Thus, GI tag products on e-commerce platform with more government aids and increases the sales and opportunity, thereby leading to sustainable rural development. Thus, this study focuses on the willingness of consumers to utilize e-commerce platform to purchase the GI tag agricultural products. The product description. For this study, Malabar pepper has been chosen, which is a GI tag product of Kerala. Malabar pepper falls under the application number 49 and 56 under class 13 as per Geographical Indication Registration Act of 1999. Malabar pepper is largely produced from as a chance seedling from the geographical location of Palakkad, Idukki and Thrissur districts, and it has been classified into gabbled and ungabbled with wrinkled surfaces, and color varies from brown to black. The uniqueness of the product the reason for why this product is tagged as GI is it is very hot, taste and sharp, and it's aromatic and it is actually different from other peppers available in the market. And the perfect combination of flavor and aroma makes this pepper a unique. Literature review. Few studies of literature on marketing of geographical indicated products are pointed below. And Regnar, it says that the linkages between geographical indication and intellectual property rights are highly correlated. And the major studies which have been taken for the studies are pinpointed in this literature. Objectives of the study is to examine the willingness of the consumers to buy GI pepper online and to provide recommendation to showcase the GI products more effectively in the e-commerce platform. Methods and materials. The study explores the willingness of the consumers to buy GI Malabar pepper online. Moreover, the study validates the use of e-commerce as a marketing strategy to improve the sale of agricultural products. The data collection was conducted using an interview method to identify the consumers, and simultaneously questionnaires were also used. The sampling technique uses a simple random sampling. According to Cochrane's 1997, a total of 96 respondents were chosen at 95% confidence level with E is equal to 0.2.
Consumers of Palakkad and Wayanad districts were chosen randomly. Fieldwork was also carried among the buyers of Malabar pepper, and the selection criteria of respondents were those who have purchased the Malabar pepper offline. And to determine the reliability, contrast alpha coefficient test was applied, and the value nearer to 1, indicating a higher reliability level with the internal consistency of 0.80, which is considered as good. Results discussion and analysis. This table depicts the consumer profile and purchasing trends in the e-commerce platform. More than half of the consumers were female, as Malabar pepper is widely used in cooking. Irrespective of the economic dimension, about 52% were homemakers, highlighting that this GI commodity is highly used for cooking, as a pepper gives aromatic flavor and taste. The survey also indicated that the pepper is frequently purchased monthly and when required from stores or offline. This distinctly pinpoints that the demand is comparatively high, and the respondents were extremely comfortable with using e-commerce platform, and only 5% of people were not comfortable using the same due to the duplication and past online purchases. The statements to check the willingness to use e-commerce platform to purchase the Malabar pepper, and the results indicate that consumers are highly willing to purchase the authentic GI Malabar pepper online if such an option is provided. And a positive attitude has been identified by the respondents, as they feel that it makes more convenient and easy. The producer have to provide product notification regarding the price and the product information, which will be more helpful among the offline consumers to buy the product. And the majority of the consumers also feel that the product availability online can make a purchase easier than visiting the geographical location of production. And the positive response to use online platform highlights the need to develop a better web application. Further, it enables to promote and increase the sales of GI products in our country. Recommendation. Further, the following recommendation are provided. Tie-ins have to be initiated with a major e-commerce platform by the government, which will strengthen the agriculture base of India. Further, high investment should be encouraged in online platform. Adequate promotion online and offline can create more awareness. And the agriculture training, digital marketing awareness among the farmers, and usage of ICT tools plays a very significant role in promoting the Indian GIs, thereby leading to enhanced agriculture GI production. Most of the geographical indicated products are linked to the rural areas. So the effective promotion of tie-ups with various e-commerce platforms create more awareness in the market. And government support has to be provided so that the indigenous community can get maximum benefit of commercialization. And to conclude, the GI products have the potential to explore the huge Indian markets. Conclusion: India is a treasure trove of geographical indications, and more than 460 products ranging from agriculture and handicrafts have been tagged as GI. But the hardcore truth is that most of these GIs have not succeeded in unlocking the commercial potential. Many GIs are on the verge of extinction, and most of the farmers are not willing to pass the production to the next generation due to the lack of income and skills. So the future of many GIs depend upon the sales and awareness among the consumers, and the farmers also can gain major market for the GI. So this block can be considered as an opportunity to use e-commerce as a powerful platform to create GI's best marketing and sales. So this study concludes that they have a higher interest among the consumers in purchasing GI indication product online. Thank you.
Priyanka, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
I would like to know what is the unique contribution of this research study to your discipline.
Yeah, sir. Actually, GIs are geographical indicated tag products. So, from this study, many farmers and consumers are not aware about this GI, and the farmers are feeling that this product have to be highly promoted in the e-commerce platform. And mainly during this COVID times, they feel that this product has to be launched or displayed in e-commerce platform.
Unique contribution of this study. This one is the context of the background. I want what is your contribution to the discipline. Yeah, Priyanka, please continue.
Yeah, sir. From this study, it is highly known that consumers are preferring to buy the product online rather if such an application or if the product is made available in e-commerce platform. As of now, in e-commerce platform, there are very less products which are GI products are displayed in the displayed in e-commerce platform. So if more products are being displayed, it will create more awareness among the consumers, and the consumers will be really aware of such products in the market, sir, which will aid the farmers.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Priyanka, only one question I have. How this GI tagging can be used in education ecosystem? Or how it can be incorporated in academics? Any one example?
Ma'am, actually, GI are tags which are given to the products or products which have a specific geographical location. For example, if you take Kanchipuram saris, these Kanchipuram saris links the product is linked with the geographical place of production. So I am not I'm not in an opinion that it can be inculcated in education system, ma'am.
Okay, I would like to give an example. Nowadays, we are getting GI tag photos. Normally, when we are sending the information for NAC accreditation or MBA accreditation, they want nowadays it is GI tag photos. This could be one of the applications. Just I would like to put your notice. It's not only for the products, it can be for other systems. Okay?
Okay, ma'am. Thank you for your information. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Priyanka, for your presentation. I would now request Dr. Sudeep ma'am to please start your presentation.
Yes, ma'am. My slide is visible?
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
Okay. Shall I start?
Yes, ma'am.
A very good afternoon to Dr. Abhay Kulkarni, sir, Director IICMR, and all the experts and delegate sitting over there. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present my views. So my paper entitled Challenges of Unified Payment Interface Ecosystem in India, Digital Sustainability Post the COVID-19 Pandemic. So the flow of my research goes like first introduction, research objectives, research methodology, findings, conclusions, and limitations. The basic introduction is like this. Everyone witnessed that on 8th November 2016, Indian Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi announced the demonetization of all Indian currency to increase the cashless payment as well as to reduce the illegal activities in India regarding the cash. But soon after the advent of COVID-19 pandemic, we all are habitual of doing the payments through UPI mode and online mode. Indian government also launched unified payment interface to provide robust customer protections, and it is one of the fastest growing, safest payment in the world. Yes, in the world. In 2020 January, only 144 banks enrolled with the UPI payment system, which is jumped to 316 in April 22. So it's a witness that the bank are accepting the UPI payment system. The research objective as a researcher, or the author is to study the digital sustainability in Indian UPI market post COVID pandemic. Second, to study the challenges, if any, during the post COVID pandemic. And to third, to understand the potential development in the Indian UPI market. Is there any space? Is there any market which is positively can be seen? So to fulfill all these objectives, the authors adapted secondary data. So the primary objective of my paper is to study the digital sustainability and the challenges using the UPI transactions. And the study is purely descriptive in nature, descriptive in the sense describing the pattern, describing the trends available, the stats that we can draw on from the published articles. For example, NBCI, RBI, other journals are being included so that the pattern can be judged. The research encompasses statistical data to describe the anticipated trends. First question first. Digital sustainability in the Indian UPI market post-COVID pandemic. As per the Economist Intelligence 2021, India is a leader in the real-time payment followed by China. UPI is expected to be a major leader in the digital payment in India. So these are some statistical being taken from the UPI ecosystem statistic, NPCI, works for UPI payments app. So we can see Amazon Pay, Beam, Google Pay, Mobic, Phone Pay, and WhatsApp. Now the WhatsApp is also in the race of UPI market. And we are just growing like anything else. So question number 2. Challenges in using the UPI payment in India. What are the challenges? Many authors, reports, journals have stated that the UPI payment have many challenges. According to the latest report of NCPI, most of the business decline is due to wrong beneficiary account number, wrong PIN number, exceeding the number of transactions per day, and technical decline, which is occurred basically from the bank side. Another challenges regarding UPI payment in India is the cybercrime. So from starting track number 2, as Neha ma'am suggested that we are facing from cybercrime. Yes, we are facing cybercrime in the term of transaction also. As per the recent report by TransUnion on the digital fraud, the COVID-19 pandemic accelerated suspected transaction in India by 28.32% if we compare with the pre-pandemic times. Under the cyber attack, the SMS, the links has been sent to the user in the name of PM Cares Fund with the different UPI handles, with the name of COVID-19 testing labs, with the name of medicines, with the name of vaccination, with the name of donations. So many crime has been increased. Fake UPI app. The COVID-19 pandemic has opened gate for the frauds. We can see n numbers of applications nowadays available, like Modi Beam, Bheem Modi app, Bheem Payment UPI Guide, or Bheem Banking Guide. So all these words look alike, but they are not similar. So I request my audience to see this, because these app and these words look alike, but they are not a genuine one. Fintech limitations. The UPI allow user to transfer low value transaction up to 1 lakh rupees per day. So this is the limitations from vendor's side, from the merchant side. 50% of the UPI transaction were below 200. So this is also quoted by Anupama in 2017 itself. And again, this maximum limit varies from bank to bank. Now, after the challenges, my question number 3 is, what are the potential development in Indian UPI market left? So if we go through this table, on the right side, the NPCI has founded on 3rd April 2020. They have also shaken hands with different partners, with other countries. Was on the time when we are dependent on USA, China, UK, but now these countries coming to India and join the hands with the Indian UPI market. Date of announcement, US date, November 2021. So they are trying to work with Indian fintech company, and this is the digital sustainability of India. These are the countries which are on the list of MOU. From the technical point of view, the UPI has also come up with the voice say UPI. So with the help of sound waves, you can do the transactions. And also for the users who are not much more digital sustainable, like our grandparents, or who are not up to the smartphones, they can use UPI payment with non-smartphone customers also. Now, every day, whether we go for the entertainment industry, Dish TV, YouTube Premium, YouTube Music, Netflix subscribers, everything go with the digital payment with UPI Profess app. So now Indian UPI has been everywhere. Conclusion and the limitation of my studies are, yes, of course, the limitations are. The conclusion, the study established that Indian UPI witnessed exponential growth during the COVID-19, owing to the large number of small financial transactions. So during the COVID time, the number of small transaction has been a lot due to lockdown, due to curfews, less accessibility of cash, quick digital payments on smartphone, adaptation by vendors and merchants, vegetable sellers, retailers, traders, they are on the list now. Even in the month of April, on radio, Man Ki Baat, program Prime Minister of India urged everyone to go cashless day out. One day, at least one day, spend your day as a cashless to make India a digital sustainable country. So looking for the limitation of my paper, I have only included the UPI market of India. There are other markets also which can be studied. For example, the impact of internet banking, e-wallets, banking cards, mobile banking, USSD, and also research methodology which I have used in this paper. This paper basically have used the published paper. This is explorative and descriptive in nature, but yes, empirical studies can be done. More variable can be added and we can go for the empirical study for the future research. So thank you so much. I welcome the suggestions for improvement of my paper. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Gurvin.
Yes, ma'am.
The presentation is mostly based on the reports that are published, right? It is secondary data. But
yes,
one of the objectives I could see that to analyze the challenges that the people are facing by using UPI payment. So I think if you want to meet that objective, some questionnaire is required and research methodology and the primary data we expect.
Yeah, sure, ma'am. Definitely.
Justify your objective in your conclusion.
Yeah, ma'am. Definitely. I will try to expand this research theory, whatever the findings I have just received after writing this paper. I will try to convert this into the empirical one.
Dr. Sukhmeen,
Yes, sir.
I guess on the last slide you have mentioned there is exponential growth.
Yes, sir.
Of usage of UPI. So can you pinpointedly tell us what is the CAGR of UPI in India?
It's been changing. If we go to the NPCI statistical.com website, I remember 22% of payment has been increased in last month, in the month of April. And it's been increasing. So yes, for the active figures, we can visit that website.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your time and inputs. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Sukhmeet sir.
Thank you.
Presentation. We have the next research delegate who is ready to present, Ms. Neha Adesura. Ms. Neha, are you there online? Ms. Neha, have you joined the meeting? Ms. Neha, we cannot hear you. You please unmute your mic. Ms. Neha, are you able to hear us?
Go to the the next and get back to it. It's not this one. Everyone is online.
No, the next one is offline. Mr. Hemant Rajesh is the next presenter. He'll be presenting it online, offline, sorry.
Show me the first slide of the earlier lady, the one who presented right now. Just get it on screen. Okay, the one version and your end is different. Okay, anyway. Version she used was slightly different. Right? The right hand side, the yes, you are the
Sir, was title introduced.
How do you pronounce that? Hemant?
Last name.
Huh?
Rajesh.
Rajesh. Is it what? Numerology or that's the way it is?
No, no,
that's the way it is.
Yeah, that's okay.
Okay. So good afternoon, everyone present here. Myself, Hemant Rajesh, Assistant Professor from Magatal Dharam College of Commerce, Pimpri, Pune. I'm here to present on the topic a study of innovative social media marketing campaigns for FMCG in India. When I say social media marketing, what does it mean? We all are there on Facebook, Instagram, we have been using WhatsApp, Google, Twitter, Snapchat, YouTube, LinkedIn. But we have been using for browsing purpose, for chatting purpose, but have you ever thought that these tools can be used in increasing our business? Social media marketing is a form of internet marketing that uses social media apps as a marketing tool. These social media platforms enable brands to connect with their audiences with demand. To build a brand, to make an ordinary product into a brand, these platforms can increase in sales, definitely yes, and drive traffic to a website. If I want to increase my website on Google that it should be earlier reflected on, the more people are going to open that website on Google. On the upper layer will be the website of my institute or of my organization. And social media goals, including brand awareness. Explaining it in its smallest example, suppose if I'm thirsty right now, garmi ka mausam hai. If I want to drink a cold drink, what comes in my mind is Coke, Pepsi. So why it comes in my mind? Because it is a brand. That is the power of a brand. Monitoring your brand, very, very important. Your ordinary product has been transformed into a brand, but to monitor that brand, very important. Sales, turnover, profit, it should not lower down. Increase in sales and revenue is the next point. Of course, social media plays a very pivotal role by reaching out more customers because there are no restrictions for the local customers. So it helps in increasing in revenue and sales. And improving PR, public relations. We have to choose correct media for branding our product. For example, earlier Facebook was the tool when a number of users were using it, but today it has been transformed from Facebook to Instagram. There are more number of users on Instagram rather than on Facebook. An increase in traffic to your website, earlier I explained this point. Benefits of social media marketing. Reduces cost. Of course, when we go to a traditional marketing method, we are using banners, flags, pamphlets, so that is cost effective to the organization. But if we are switching it to the social media platform, and it helps in reducing the cost and improves brand loyalty. Brand loyalty. The customer should be continuously engaged with that organization. If we are promoting our product on social media, it should be eye-catching content. The content which we are using should be eye content, High search engine ranking and trying in turning social. This pandemic situation has made us more use of technology. So less physically meet with what I wanted to say. Coming to FMCG, fast-moving consumer goods. These are the goods which are quickly sold at a lower cost, but they also need media marketing. These goods are also called as consumer packed goods. Since morning as we wake up until the night when we go back to bed, each one of us have been using these products. Soft drink, milk, vegetable item, and dairy products, baked good, etc., etc. Taking few examples, which are the top FMG brands in India. Parle, a huge manufacturer in biscuits. If we talk about biscuits, we have Parle G, we have Parle Monaco, we have Hide and Seek, and we also have soft drinks, namkeens, and chocolates. Britannia, another Indian brand, which we all know. Good Day, Mary, Robin, other types of biscuits. It's also dairy product like cheese and bakery items like bread, toast. Though the sale of the bread and toast is comparatively low, but still they have that market. Amul. About Amul, they are more into dairy products rather than compared to Britannia or Parle, which are into biscuits and chocolates. Next is Patanjali. We all think that the owner of Patanjali is Baba Ramdev, but let me tell you the owner, I mean to say the more number of shares, you should say, or the more number of foundation, 96% of holding is of Mr. Balakrishnan. Baba Ramdev ji is the brand ambassador of Patanjali, not the owner of the Patanjali. Talking about research methodology, the paper is based on primary and secondary data both. Sample size for primary data was only 40 representatives, which I have collected from my institute, from my students of marketing specialization of SYMPR of PCA. Hypothesis, H1 alternative. Social media marketing has a greater influence on the customers. None. In FMCG, traditional marketing methods attract a limited number of customers. As the field becomes limited and we can reach to limited number of consumers. Coming to conclusion point, it is the heart and soul of modern organization. What is modern organization? The organization which have transformed from traditional marketing to social media marketing, which has fundamentally changed the way of business, interaction with the consumers and public at large, which can happen by social media marketing or by using these different tools. It can also be considered as the cheapest way of marketing, where we can connect maximum number of consumers without any restrictions directly, so that the organization can raise its profit more at the utmost level. Whereas everywhere else we know that there are certain drawbacks. So here, if the approach of the organization goes wrong, then it can demolish the entire image of the company. Because social media plays that role. And in a very small period of time, this weapon should be used after proper analysis whenever required. Thank you. And as this was my first ever paper presentation, I would like to listen to the outputs from the experts.
Hemant.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned that this is your first attempt, so
yes,
I will not be very critical of what you have presented. But every research paper needs certain structure. Okay, so possibly that was lacking. can take that as an input. You defined a hypothesis, you talked of null alternate, so you use the terms, but somewhere the execution has gone wrong. And this, although the topic has a lot of promise, what we possibly wanted to hear in terms of the excitement that the title created was not reflected in your presentation. So maybe you can revisit this and improve on the methodology and maybe present a better, scaled up, more rigorous version of this next time of the same topic. Thank you. Thank you. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hemant. We'll go forward with the next. Ms. Neha is ready now. Welcome, Ms. Neha, and over to you for the presentation.
Greetings of the day to all the panel and participants and the guests. My name is Neha Adeshra, student of the MBA in International Business at Sunshine Group of Institutions, Rajkot. I am presenting a details. Sorry, ma'am. मेरा presentation दिख रहा है?
It's visible. Please start your give me your presentation on presentation mode.
Yes, sure, ma'am. Ma'am, just a second. Okay, now is available, ma'am?
Just press it.
Can you put it in slideshow mode?
Okay. It's available?
F5 slideshow.
Okay. My research topic is an analytical study of Indian toy market with reference to HSN code 9503 and its effect of vocal for local on Indian toy market. We both, Miss Deepti Vasis Sharma and I, Neha Adeshra, both are written work in this paper. Why we take this research topic? Because up to 19th, Indian industry of toys are self-sufficient, but nowadays they are dependent on the other countries like USA, Japan, China, France, and Italy to import the toys in India. But due to some effects regarding some political issues and some other effects, India creates its opportunity to take out the bringing out the itself and booming the industry of as Indian toys. Yeah, nowadays India has a global scenario is up to 92.2 billion USD dollars are the located in are covered by the toy industry of the world, and their target is 103.8 billion by 2027, where the India has only 1.23 billion in 2020, and they have approx idea up to they want to bringing out the 1.38 billion in 2026. Nowadays, up to 2090, India has secured their 10th rank in the special toy categories HSN code 9503, but they are bringing out up to for the applying vocal for local and the COVID situations. you all can see that the in 2018-19 304 million imported
Neha, just to
toys.
let you know, we are only seeing your title slide. Maybe under the impression that you are rolling over the slides and we are able to see this.
Okay, sir.
Neha, press F5. Press F5.
Okay, F5.
Neha, should we share the presentation from our end?
Sure, ma'am. Sure.
Ask which slide she is on.
Which slide should we play, Neha? Just help us out. Which number?
Okay, ma'am. I am saying, ma'am, slide number 9.
This one?
Yeah. Okay. After this.
After.
In 2019, HS category 9503 categories of toys of other toys reduces the size module and similar recreational models are of Indian toys are exported in those countries. Those countries, the toys. Next, please.
Next.
There are various toy segmentations which are covered under the 9503. Next, please. Next, please. Next, please. Next, please. Next, please. Objective of our study. Generally, mainly focus in our is on toys and games of Indian toy industry, and if on a measure found out to vocal for local impact on toy industry to measure the productivity and competitiveness of China and India and implement and recommended adoption for the relevant factors in India. Showcasing a traditional in the national and international market and the study of export potential regarding specially category of 9503 and the strengthening the party governance systems to the participant and participants of the participants with respect clusters. Next, please. Generally, we found out the strength of Indian toy industry is the most of raw materials are available. Skilled manpower is here who can work in toy industry. Emergence in India globe sense a wide range of products, business acumen, and the network linkages between between the industries and support of institutions, growing and confidence of both domestic and international level of market. Next, please. India has some weak points of toy in regarding toy industries. There is the lack of the research and development of facilities, and the tiny size of countries are more range in there. Absence of the strong and professionally management and lack of the synergy and coordination between two companies and working, and poor process of capabilities and absence of focus on export and highly production cost due to the economics of scale. Next, please.
India has also opportunity to develop the markets. Regarding well-developed market, India have growing domestic market and buying capacity are there. Almost the third populations of one-third populations of the India is under the 14, so can expand the market. Liabilities of economics make or buy decision get we can also opportunity through it to export, and low cost manufacturing base we can generate it, and the better support from we government we are getting, so we can increase in the market, increase the surplus income of Indian middle class, and the, a better medium for the education of Indian or as well as world students. Next, please. There are some challenges facing for Indian toy industries. China is the biggest challenge up to now, but nowadays, due to some political issues, we can they can prefer more other countries. Any countries are dependent for other want to see other and dependent other countries to the for the toys or any other products, and the less support for government in a term for the cultural manufacturing toys, financial support for financial institute and the towards the cultural manufacturing toys, and the regional market of particular toy is to develop that toys particular cultural toys is a very it's a very challenging for the any and the thinking about the exporting Indian thinking about the exporting in India is very yes sir.
Yeah, can you just come?
Yes, now you
the presentation because you are already
sure sir. Next please.
Findings. Don't run to each and every slide.
Okay, next please. Next, please. Next. Okay. Previous, please, one. We take a both a hypothesis. We take a two tests here, chi-square test and the correlations. First, for the chi-square, vocal for local campaigning positive effect of Indian market or not, and the relationship are of growth is a positive or negative. Next, please.
Neha, tell us the slide number where your findings or conclusions are presented.
Yes.
Skip all this slides.
Next. Okay, next. Which is showing the relationship between the vocal for local campaign or Indian toy industries are growing positively. And the due to 1920 result of 1920, again the correlation relationship is the growing positive way. Next. Next, please. Next, ma'am. Next. Managerial studies. Vocal for local campaign is exporting of toys is a exporting toys of 9503 will gaining a good in GDP and increase the entrepreneur skills. Also, the people who want to grow in particular category of toys has a big or high opportunity in that, and we researched for several markets. Who conducted other from the products from other countries, but by the efforts of Indian entrepreneurs and the entrepreneurs and business tycoons, we can get a result in our favors. Indian government providing the cluster for the specific toys of these cluster for specific toy industries, and they new policies of the Bureau of Indian Standards, and the duties are rises for the imported from the other countries of toys. Next, please. Future of study of scope. Still, India is the developing more regarding the more other categories and the huge opportunity.
Neha?
Yes, ma'am.
You have already extended the time by 5 minutes. We would now.
Sure, ma'am.
Yeah, we would now ask the respected judges to ask questions.
Sure, ma'am. Sorry for delay and technical issues, and thank you so much all.
Neha, what is your advice to toy industry because of this exhaustive research?
Ma'am, can you speak again?
What is the scope for the toy industries to come up? What is your advice to the toy industry manufacturers?
Yes, there is a huge. Yes, this is the specific toy category 9503. Due to this, there are many more categories like 9504, 9505, under which there are many toys are included, which can gives the opportunity to Indian on this category is special for the Indian cluster, Indian traditional toys 9503. Due to that, we can improve the Indian toys by our capabilities, and due to clusters under which the Mr. Narendra Modi applied the vocal for local, in which the Indian government tries to make a cluster of toys, and under which the employment and also the market of the country is get the hike on that. About 2 days ago, also the result of the comeback in through this world of category of 9503, 9504, and 9505 of exporting, India exporting in these three particular category 61% of export.
What is the outcome of your research in a nutshell? Can you tell in one sentence?
Yes, sure. Yes, outcome is the India is the going in positive way.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the nice presentation. Really we enjoyed it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, and thank you.
Thank you, Neha, for your presentation. We have the next research delegate, Mr. Moin Said. Mr. Moin, are you there online?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Please share the slide, ma'am.
Yes, sir. We are sharing the slide, and we'll start with this.
So, good afternoon to everyone. I'm Moin Sayyed, research scholar at Swami Ramanand Tirth Marathwada University, Nanded, Subcampus Latur. Under the guidance of Dr. Rajesh Shinde, Professor and Director of Swami Ramanand Tirth Marathwada University, Subcampus Latur. The topic of the study is study of farmer producer companies with special reference to Latur district. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah. Introduction. Small and marginal farmers compose the largest group of farmers in Indian agriculture. According to Agriculture Census 2015-16, the total farmer population was 146 million, and about 126 million of those were small and marginal farmers. These 126 million farmers have very little bit land, less than 1 hectare or less than 2 hectares. As per the National Crime Record Bureau, 44.5% suicide victims were small farmers and 27.9% were marginal farmers in 2014. According to the 2011 census, the Latur district workforce was comprised of 71.48% agricultural workers. Out of these, 39.79% of those were employed as agricultural laborers and 31.69% as a cultivators. Next slide, please. Hello. Next slide, please. Am I audible, ma'am? Methodology adapted. The data of registered farmer producer companies from has been collected from the ROC website and agricultural department. A total list of 230 companies were segmented according to the date of registration. 2 farmer companies were selected from each 3-year quarter. In total, 6 companies were selected for the research and 3 board of directors from each company were selected as sample for interview and collection of primary data. The secondary data was collected from different reports, surveys, and census data. Next slide. Literature review. The literature was reviewed in different facets. As you see, the different reports convey regarding the forward and backward linkages, contract farming, agriculture warehousing, and problems of FPC, problems of small and marginal farmers. But no study has been shown the problems of board of directors of farmer producer company and their awareness regarding the benefits of farmer producer company. Next slide. This is the farmers population and land area in different size class in Latur district. This data is collected from the agriculture census 2015-16. If we see the population of marginal farmers was 1.90 lakh, small farmers was 1.48 lakhs, semi-medium 0.72, medium farmers having 4 hectare to 2 hectare land was 0.21 lakh, and large farmers were 0.010 lakh. So, if we see the major proportion of the farmers having marginal and small land, that is the land 1 to 2 hectares. Next slide. This is the percentage of farmers in different size class in the Latur district. If we see the graph, the major share, that is the 43% of farmers were marginal, 34.21% were small farmers, 16.78% were semi-medium, 4.96% farmers were medium farmers, and very mere percentage, that is the 0.24% farmers were large farmers in Latur district. Next slide. This is the data collected regarding the awareness about FPC benefits among company directors. If we see the Likert scale, 27.78% farmers were strongly disagree regarding the farmer producer company enhances the utility of produce by providing better storage facilities, and 22.2% were strongly agree regarding this benefit, and 38.9% of board of directors were strongly disagree regarding the FPCs provide better accessibility to agricultural inputs, and 22.2% were strongly agree regarding this benefit. If we see the FPC enhances the individual bargaining power, 22.2% were strongly disagree, 27.8% were disagree, and 22.2% were strongly agree regarding this benefit. FPC helps in reducing transportation cost of farmer produce of the members. 16.7% were strongly disagree regarding his benefit, and FPC helps in the capacity building of its members. 16.7% were strongly disagree, 22.2% were disagree, and 16.7% were strongly agree regarding this benefit. Next slide, please. This is the cross-tabulation of FPC management training provided to Board of Directors and awareness of FPC benefits among the Board of Directors. If we see the FPC management training, we asked the questions regarding FPC management training to the Board of Directors and cross-tabulated their awareness of benefits regarding the FPC with the training provided to them. Next slide. So, after cross-tabulating the training and the benefits of awareness about the benefits of FPCs, each value was 60.24 and the p-value was less than 0.05. So, the null hypothesis was rejected and the alternative hypothesis, that is the FPC management training of stakeholders, that is the Board of Directors, is strongly correlated with the awareness of stakeholders towards the benefits of farmer producer company. Next slide, please. So, I would like to conclude. The agriculture census reveals the shrinkage of land, that is the land holding per family is decreasing continuously. That creates the enormous pressure on the economic livelihood of the farm families. In such a situation, farmer producer companies prove to be the solution to these problems. But the mere establishment of farmer producer company does not solve the problem. There is a need for awareness among stakeholders about the numerous benefits of the farmer producer companies. Next slide, please. This can be achieved by providing training about the organization and management of farmer companies to their stakeholders. Thank you.
Mr. Mohi?
Yes.
You have mentioned somewhere that the conclusion slide, the last slide, if you could go there.
Yeah.
The last slide, numerous benefits, something earlier one. Okay, the last slide talks of numerous benefits of farmer producer companies. Now you go to your data table, the 5 agreement statements that you have. The earlier one. Yeah, here.
Yeah.
6 statements are there. If you
Yeah.
look at this, the agree and disagree is far less than the, sorry, the agree and strongly agree is far less than the disagreement.
Yeah.
Do you really believe that there are benefits? At least the directors don't feel so. Your data suggests that the perception about benefits is very poor.
Yeah.
What's your comment on this?
Sir, those board of directors having training regarding the FPC management have more aware about their benefits. But those having does not undergone a training regarding that, they are not too much aware about the benefits of FPC. They just established these FPCs for taking the subsidies from government, but they don't have so much awareness regarding the benefits.
So suppose you have to give a policy recommendation to the government of India or government of Maharashtra, what would that be based on your research?
For this purpose, if any FPC is going for registration, their board of directors, promoters should be given training regarding the management, organization and management of your species.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you for a wonderful presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, participants. Just a final call for Dr. Aarti Kulkarni. Ma'am, have you joined the meeting? Dr. Aarti Kulkarni.
I called her, she said she's still in a.
We're just waiting for Dr. Aarti Kulkarni. Possibly she's facing some technical issues. So we just wait for some time.
Thank you for this. Slide number of restriction down the slide. 52. We should say introduction one slide. 12 slides only we have prepared for that. Title and introduction मध्ये काय झालं. तुमचाच पहिला सबमिट आहे. तुम्ही आमच्याकडे सेमिस्टर पेपर देतो. चार पेपर
Dr. Aarti Kulkarni has not been able to join, so we will continue the presentations here. So before the presentation, today we presented 8 research papers. The presenters were from Noida, Kerala, and Rajkot also. So it was a privilege to Jalgaon. So it was a privilege to listen to them and present their papers. The papers fulfill the research criteria. However, we would request the researchers to kindly incorporate the changes that has been suggested by the judges. And I'm really grateful to the track chair for their suggestions, valuable suggestions, and sparing their time and judging these research papers and giving valuable inputs.
Sir, do you want to speak?
Yes.
And
You
suggest them.
So we would request Dr. Shailesh Kasande sir to kindly share your suggestions with the audience.
So good afternoon to everyone.
Good afternoon.
I believe we have both faculty and students over here. What we were discussing as the presentations were on, some of the points were more about the way the participants were presenting. So some basic stuff of using MS Word and MS PowerPoint
professional. In this case, it was MS PowerPoint, but why MS Word? Because most of the stuff was kind of copied from MS Word in the PowerPoint slides. So you look at the difference in the presentation, the first presenter versus the rest. Okay, so that was one point. The audience is more interested in looking at what is your contribution rather than giving all the history. So all that is required to just get the audience aligned with what you are trying to say, but that should be maybe 5% of your presentation. That's my second input. The third input is research is a serious activity. Many of the presenters, unfortunately, were, we believe, not so serious. They had a somewhat of a casual approach in terms of the topic and so on and so forth. One of the presentation included this GST code in the title, HSN something, the toys related presentation. So when you make such a title, it becomes too tightly tied to that particular thing. So it should be more generic, although it should be focused, but not so narrowly focused. Because most people would not know that HSN is a GST code, right? And it doesn't really add value. Even if someone knows it, it doesn't really add value. Most research should definitely have, rather all research should have a conceptual framework. So without the conceptual framework, your contribution to the body of knowledge, or where exactly is your deviation from the existing body, and what is it that you are trying to communicate, add, extend, test, refute, whatever, doesn't really shrink in the minds of the audience. Apart from that, one can go on and on in terms of methodology and so on and so forth. But then the basic structure, the introduction, the conceptual framework, the methodological rigor, and then the findings. So unless you get a sense that yes, I am really contributing to the knowledge domain, like Madam asked a question, what is your contribution? And then the response was almost like a paragraph. So if someone tries to beat around the bush, it can be made up, easily identified. So when I say contribution, you should be very, very precise. So it can be a one-line contribution. If you are contributed, you can say it in bullet points. If you are not, then again you start narrating a story. So research both in academic as well as in business areas. So it is all serious endeavor. We have to draw conclusions and recommendations from what you have investigated, not draw generic conclusions. So some of the conclusions were not really coming from the data. They were comments or observations at the best, right? So you can have your opinions, but then you better write in Sakar or Times of India. That's a good forum. Okay, for research papers, that's not the right forum to comment liberally using imagination as well as your opinion. That's not what is expected. So overall, fine. Some of the topics were good. The idea was right, but then maybe somewhere it did not carry through till the last moment. So rigor is very, very important. Okay, unless you are rigorous in your research, I think that is somewhat of an abuse of research. Okay, so anyway, the effort from the participants was good. One should appreciate that, but one needs to move beyond the effort, right? Thank you.
First of all, I would like to congratulate the organizer for selecting such a brilliant topic, which is a need of the hour. And second, the title itself, it was interesting. Few research papers will be observed. But the way, as Sir rightly said, it was not carrying the same pace what we expected. Like the need of the research, then the introductions is required, the research problem, the problem statement, what they are going to research. That is one thing, and then research design, the flow, how they want to take it up. And also the hypothesis, it was expected. Hypothesis, as we all know, the statement which they are going to prove whether it is right or wrong. There are some students, so it is just a suggestion from our end. So you can follow all these steps, number one. And number two, I'm very particular about the PowerPoint presentation. Whenever we are doing a presentation, we have to see what font to choose and too many text. In almost all presentations, I would say that there are certain rules, not more than 8 lines in a presentation. I mean 8 sentences, 8 by 8 rule we call it normally. And even the background colors when you are selecting the aesthetic part we are saying, because we all were looking at the presentation, we were unable to read. It was just a copy paste from Wikipedia or maybe from Google that we could make out. Rather, I appeal to university also, maybe in every graduation or post-graduation course, there should be a small lecture on how to prepare good presentations. That is very, very important. When almost everybody, we could say it was so clumsy. Or rather, we can say there are 1,000 words can be represented using one picture. So if they could have substantiated their work with 2 or 3 graphs, it would have been more interesting. So these are all some of the inputs we wanted to give to everyone. Thank you so much. Thank you for giving this opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Kasate and Dr. Purna. I think since this is the audience which is observing how to present a research is one of the tasks. It is a technique by which you need to express not facts, but it is the inferential data analysis. That is what both of them have talked about. In communication, we talk about feelings, ideas, and opinion. They are not required to be presented in research because research is something that you have deep drive, you have done a study, inference, with reference to the problem objectives that you identified. You have done the sampling, you have done the pilot study, and with that study, what is the conclusion, what is the correlation that you have found out, you need to present it very clearly. So I think for the students who are attending this conference, very simple, any opportunity in the business or any problem which is identified by the company, say employee measurement of productivity or any correlation of employees' educational skills representing or contributing to productivity or employees' background contributing to productivity. These are certain factors or components which are required to be studied by HR professional in the company. Then you need to have very typically the study of all HR employees where you are going to study, that becomes your research periphery. From that data, you have to get their qualification, and from that qualification, if you are wanted to contribute their productivity, take their measures or key performance metrics which are there from their business unit or functions, and then you will be in a position to correlate or relate whether education qualification, age, background matters to his productivity, quality, cost, delivery, which is the matter of fact for the study. Is this clear? So this is very important. Apart from your study, when it comes to the presentation, that's why we have given 12 slides to every presenter to present. Right from title to scope to problem identified to objectives to outcome, and in between, what is the literature that reviewed, what is the gap that you have identified, and then how you have done the data collection, data analysis, data synthesis, your conclusion and outcome. So basically, only these 12 slides are required. So students, please don't make mockery of data that you have. You have to show and present what these experts are expected to be observing the 10 to 12 minutes. Last but not the least, when you talk about research, I think in one of the class I told you the analysis of 3 types. One is pictorial, second is graphical, third is statistical. Depending on your deep dive, how much you know in statistics, you are in a position to talk about the pictures. Yes, like if you take the example of yesterday's Maharashtra Times, sit up. Yesterday's Maharashtra Times, see, we were having scarcity of water. So corporations started saying that we want to do water cut. But today, with the rainfall in the catchment area, you can see last June, 30th of June, what was the water storage in Tengar, Panchir, Khadapasla Dam, and what is there today. So what does that data signify? You are in a position to compare what was the situation that time and today, and now the Vikram Kumar, the commissioner of Pune Corporation, is in the position to take the call saying that with these statistics, I am unable to supply clean water to Punekar in next 2-3 days. So it is my responsibility to cut short. Are you getting me how the decisions are taken? It is basically database. And as sir rightly said, if you want to put an article type of paper where some of the students are presented, don't do that. Last but not the least, MBA student should be very important about 3 diagnostics that they should do. One is prescriptive, second is second is descriptive, third one is predictive. Like doctor is taking prescription from the symptoms that you have got. Let us say you have fever, you have infection, whether bacterial or all that, then he gives prescription. Then what he is doing, he is asking you to go to pathological test. So what is that? Again, it is a statistical parameter where he checks your platelets, your infection, the parameters, whichever are there. I'm not going to go into details. But this get from that prescription, he comes to know what is that he needs to diagnose. Like it is viral infection, whether it is fever, whether it is dengue, whether it is malaria, or whether it is swine flu, whatever it may be. So this is how doctor is diagnosing. Similarly, the researcher has to do deep dive of the data and then come to the consensus and conclusion which are statistically valid. And this is what is the role of MBA students to do when you are doing research. Is this clear? So I think the exposure to you all during this is to get exposed to what sort of presentations, to get what sort of explanation given by the trackers, and to understand and note down the point that you are going to present after doing MBA SIP projects. So thank you, Deepti, for organizing this track one session in auditorium. Thank you, Dilashri, for coordinating the same. Good.
Thank you. I would now request the track chair to kindly appreciate the presenter who has presented it offline, Mr. Hemant Rajesh.
Yes.
Thank you so much, sir. And we conclude this first track. We will be going for a short tea break and we resume again for the further sessions at 3:45 sharp. Thank you.
Loy Pito. Nah, tuloy na dito ka, magets ka.
Hello, good afternoon all. Is the screen visible? I think it is visible. I can see on your screen. Kindly let me be confirmed that audibility and visibility is okay. Yeah, please. Is it fine? Can anybody help me to know?
Yes.
Any delegate or the organizing committee? Am I audible?
Hello, ma'am.
Yeah, please tell.
Yeah, this is Dr. Natura.
Am I audible?
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah, ma'am. You are
Great, great. Thank you.
Would you like to share the screen?
Yeah, I just shared. Is my screen visible?
Yes.
So I was just trying to test it. Let me know when are we starting. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. We will be starting at 4.
Sure.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, great. I'll share again then.
Yeah. Thank you so much, ma'am.
All of them. The Eurozone, by the way, is a group of 19. Having said that, India needs to strike a careful balance. Yes, scrutiny is necessary. At the same time, you cannot hold back investments because the global economy is on a knife edge. The months ahead could be tough. Experts are predicting what they call a procession of recessions. Major economies are staring at a recession. The United States, the United Kingdom, Japan, South Korea, Australia, Canada, and the Eurozone. All of them. The Eurozone, by the way, is a group of 19 countries which accept the euro as the primary currency. Now, all these economies could dip into recession within the next year. And we are no longer talking about probabilities. We are talking about how bad this recession could be. Will it be worse than 2008? Tonight on Gravitas, we'll discuss. First of all, let's tell you there are 3 main causes of a recession. Number 1 is an overheated economy. Number 2, asset bubbles. And number 3, black swan events. These 3 factors can cause a recession, and all 3 of them are at play right now. Let me explain. First is an overheated economy. When does an economy overheat? When there's an imbalance between demand and supply. And that's exactly what is happening right now. The demand is high and the supply is struggling to catch up. Consider these recent headlines. The war in Ukraine triggered a global food shortage. Global oil demand set to rise to a new high in 2023. Global supply chain crisis fuels push to local manufacturing. Labor unrest disrupts supply chains from sky to sea. All of these headlines are saying the exact same thing. The demand for goods is high, the supply is short. And the result is rising prices. In other words, inflation. We've told you this before. How bad is the situation? I have some more data for you. 44 countries have advanced economies in the world. In 37 countries, inflation rates have doubled. High inflation is a sign of an overheating economy, so central banks are now trying to tame inflation. How? By rising interest rates. It might take a while for those measures to work, if they work, that is. The second factor that leads to recession is asset bubbles. How do they work? Say something was overpriced earlier for whatever reasons, it was a bubble. And suddenly the prices fall, the bubble bursts. This price correction can cause a recession. And it's happening as we speak. During the pandemic, stock prices of several companies soared. Markets were on a high. This created a bubble, and that bubble has burst. Look at the recent mass sell-off in markets. Do you know how much investors have lost? $11 trillion till the month of May this year. 11 trillion. This is the worst losing streak for global stocks since 2008. That was the last gains. They were up by more than 1%. But there's no guarantee it will remain the same, because more bubbles could burst. One of them is the debt bubble. Global debt has reached a staggering $305 trillion. This includes all kinds of debt in the world. Household, private companies, governments, all of them owe a whopping $305 trillion. Let's put that number into perspective. Global debt was just $83 trillion in the year 2000. 2022, it's $305 trillion. That's almost 4 times more. This debt is now 355% of the global GDP, and this is unsustainable. Some of the debt is bound to fail, and when that happens, it could lead to a slowdown. The third factor we mentioned is black swan events. What are these? Basically, rare, unpredictable events that impact the whole world, like the Wuhan virus pandemic and Russia's war on Ukraine. Events like these accelerate the collapse of economies. The pandemic derailed the global economy. The war in Ukraine has dealt it a body blow. It is linked to supply shortages and inflation. The war is being fought. Having said that, India needs to strike a care before it gets better. And here's why I say that. Businesses and global supply chains are being crippled. There are labor strikes in many countries. It began with the United Kingdom. From railway to postal workers and teachers, they all announced strikes. In Germany, 8,000 dock workers went on a strike last week. In France, workers have threatened to shut down a refinery. There were protests in South Korea too. Last month, truckers went on an 8-day strike. And all of them have the same demand.
Toward your dreams, walk your talk, dance and sing to your music and make today worth remembering. It's a great knowledge fest. Research delegates were sharing their research areas in 3 tracks. Namaste and admirable evening to one and all present here. I, Devanshi Gurjar, wholeheartedly welcome for the plenary session. My immense gratitude to all for gracing this occasion. We welcome our eminent guest, Dr. Pratima Khandelwal ma'am. Now I request my fellow college member, Ms.
The eminent guest for the astonishing and admirable evening is Dr. Pratima Khandelwal. We are very fortunate to have you here with us now. She is founder at Fly Higher Educational Excellence Service, Bangalore. She has served as PI expert for AICTE, TIFAC, CORE and DST along with CST sponsor project. Ma'am is part of editorial boards of 2 international food science journals and reviewed for 3 international journals. She was lead facilitator of NEP 2020. She often contributes in Atmanirbhar Bharat and delivers in AICTE Atal Incubation Center across central and state institutes. She imparts professional skills-based training NPTEL IIT Madras. I would now request Pratima ma'am to enlighten the audience on agility and adaptability, the pathway of business resilience. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The young lady knew to introduce so well. And I must say the conference is going on very well. Morning also I was there for some time. And I enjoyed the keynote along with the inauguration aspect. So with these words, let me congratulate IICMR, in particular MBA department, and Professor Kulkarni sir, Dr. Manisha Kulkarni, and the wonderful team which I am seeing as the camera is rolling in the auditorium. Great, and I'm sure the delegates, in particular the students, are harvesting wonderful information on the topic themed and RESQUE 2022. Wow, just look at the keywords which have been done bold, and I'm sure many of you, be it under collaboration or be it in your own groups or solo, you are going to venture a lot when it comes to these aspects of business resilience. Perhaps it is no better time to study because that's what is happening in the global market. And I appreciate the organizers, the right thing which had come when Palki was beautifully presenting on the recession. This is what is happening right now. We can't be away. Thankfully, India is not touching much, but that's what I'm sure we all understand. The global forces do touch upon us. And this is the right time in terms of how exactly we can enable ourselves. And what better platform when we are sitting in a very promising MBA department at IICMR in Pune city, and we are talking of how to develop a business resilience. So with these words, I have a great pleasure, and I thank Dr. Poorna Shankar to introduce me to this wonderful college. And Dr. Manisha, it has been great collaborating with you, certainly digitally, and I'm sure it will be soon phygital as well. So great, and I understand there are many young students also in this session. So I have tried my best to capture information which is pertaining to the students' community. Kindly pardon me to the learned audience if you feel that, no, this is not much, we already know quite much about it. I'm sure we will, it will be about 45 minutes will be learning for me as well. With these words, I wish the slides are visible, anybody can give me a hint, and I'll do a full screen mode. I hope it is visible.
Yes.
Great, thank you. So this is exactly, I thought we'll discuss something. Thank you. Anywhere if there are some technical glitches, let me know. I'll try my best to sort from my end. So there are two words written, agility and adaptability. The learned audience also knows that adaptability is one of the segments of agility. Still, I have kept it separate. And that exactly I will try to bring in this discussion, that if you talk about resilience, particularly in the business community, if you want sustainability, profitability, and inclusive growth, look at the keywords used in the topic of the conference. Exactly important is to be agile, to be adaptable. And it's not that we can just get these two terms, which is just available. There are episodes of understanding, learning, unlearning, capturing our own mindset, really working on our belief systems, and trying to understand what exactly is happening in the business community. So with these words, now a recent entrepreneur in me is trying to narrate the aspects of agility and adaptability, nothing but for BR, the business resilience. So moving ahead, I wish that this 40 minutes are fruitful in these learning outcomes. Kindly catch me if I'm not delivering in these terms which are in front of us. The first and the foremost, as you see, is that very, very true to say that a future-ready workforce. And I am using Mr. Prime Minister's words yesterday when he was at Varanasi. And a great event is happening in the country at Banaras, Varanasi, which will culminate tomorrow. And it's all about higher education and what exactly are the indices which we are talking. So again, I congratulate the Department of MBA who's hosting this program. How much in subset of the expectations of the national level? We are talking about future-ready workforce. So students community, kindly tighten your belt. You need to not only be a graduate of MBA with a beautiful degree on your hands or only an offer letter. No, not at all. Much, much beyond that. And I'm sure your college will make you place for sure because you will have the ability by your own. But we want future-ready, not job-ready. So the term, couple of years back, I think maybe 4 to 5 years back, we did say this word. As professor and head, I have also told job-ready students. But now we are talking, this is the first aspect of agility in higher education. We are talking future ready. Number two, all of us know, who will know better than MBAs, that it's a VUCA world. Yes, volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. So disruptions are so normal and expected. It is as expected as your birthday is today and you expect somebody to gift you. Or you will say, obviously, I'll get today. So that is the beauty today. We are in the VUCA world. And that's why agility and adaptability become the tool. It cannot happen without cooperation, collaboration, and upskilling. Collaboration we have been doing. Time has come right now to capture upskilling. So with this, resilience will be there. And you also agree that opportunities are unlimited. This conference itself is telling you opportunities are unlimited. We all here right now are in digital mode. There was a time when we had only physical conferences, then only digital conferences till last year. And today, 2022, we are talking. You are witnessing 200 plus people, which I saw in the morning in digital conference. Moving ahead, let me draw the baseline. And there's a smile on my face. The reason being, you all, the young students in particular, the warm delegates who have come from the various parts, I'm sure, in the state of Maharashtra and much beyond. And I'm joining here from Karnataka, in Bangalore. All of us are unique and important. Yes, sometimes we may not know, but actually we all are unique. And I always draw the attention to the student community because sometimes what we say is that, yeah, I'm just a student, we feel. I'm not a topper. I'm not very strong in the project. I'm not very good in delivering. All these thoughts can come. But kindly, young community of students and business graduates, please think, check yourselves that you are unique. And normally, I'm sure you have studied Johari Window as well. So check your uniqueness. And we all, more than that, what better time than to tell from in terms of health, which is now in post-pandemic world, and happy. I like to add one more H, which is in harmony. It's very important. If we are in harmony of inside and outside, it's great. If we are in harmony within, in and out, in my department and my community, in my community and my business sector, in my sector and other sectors, and you can understand, extrapolate in the whole globe, harmony is important. Today, the country is crying. Country is losing just because of the lack of harmony in certain pockets. So all the more we need to be agile. All the more we need to develop, like with this Deepam, that, the glow I'm trying to tell you, how important it is to take it things further in our hand, and young students, how much country looks upon it. Remember, you all are important. When I say you, all of us are important. Now, when it comes to resilience, I think I'll be failing in my duty if I talk about business resilience without talking of the in-person resilience. Morning, if you remember, I have to appreciate here Dr. Manisha and her team that there was an issue of technology glitch because of the heavy rain. And she how beautifully narrated that it was heavy rain. We all know in the country that Mumbai and Pune region are dealing with, as other parts are. Even in Karnataka, it's going so heavy rain. So resilience was seen in the morning that, yes, let's see how best we can do. There were a couple of minutes which went, and finally we all were together listening to the session. Like I entered when a keynote was going on. So that is something, in an event like that is required, and it was beautifully demonstrated. And I'm sure many students did get the lessons as well. Come down, come into yourself and talk about your own talking. Are you resilient? Take a homework. We cannot teach you. You cannot learn business resilience if you do not know your self-resilience. It's a very challenging time. Many have lost job. Many are not getting job. Many are overly paid in the job. So there is a disbalance of all kinds. So if at all we know ourselves, if we value ourselves, we can really have a beautiful path ahead. Otherwise, we feel sad and depressed. And I'm talking to all of you where the nation is facing huge issues of mental health and well-being. So we need to be self-aware, and we need to see ourselves as a winner, not as somebody who has limited opportunities. We all have heard, right? Life changes. We always have been told, and we also realize that the only constant is change. Now, just see this culmination of couple of photos. COVID started. COVID changed the industry, COVID changed the academia, COVID changed the society. Mask is the normal, if at all we go in a crowded place. It's so common to have mask. Yeah, we are lucky in the country because fourth wave will not hamper us much. But yes, it may weaken our immunity system. So it's good to be in the mask, even if we may not get. So this way, the changes happened. And the one word which comes to us is utter disruption. Utter disruptions are always there, but first time 2020 onwards, we are seeing utter disruption. And that's the what is new normal now. So when we are in a new normal, the world which we are becomes VUCA. VUCA. There is hardly any confirmation of what is going to happen tomorrow. There's a huge volatility in the market. Minutes before I was seeing the Sensex, glad to say it is running in green again today, I think for the 3 consecutive days. There is uncertainty. What is going to happen tomorrow to metals and oils? We don't know. Yes, there's huge try. LIC, the way it performed in the last month, it was a little disastrous. Though there are very high hopes, it will push back in the market. It is complex. We do not know what about the Russian and Ukraine war, how it is going. The complete food system in the world is changed and more complexified just because of this war which is happening. And how Sri Lanka and other associated countries who have declared or declaring themselves as bankrupt are going to face the world, it is so ambiguous. When all these are there, we are still talking about Industry 4.0. Let me tell you, progressive B schools and technology schools are talking of Industry 5.2. So when we are in a system where we are talking about cyber physical spaces, IoT-enabled businesses, how important is it? We need to chase the things which are happening or going to happen in the world. This proves our students community right now. I could see many of you in the auditorium. How it becomes important for you to venture beyond syllabus, for you to pick up those projects which are really, you can say, real-time projects, be it as a freelancer or be from your college, and go for chasing something which will have a solution to the world to give, at least to some section of society. So with this, to thrive the businesses, we have to have resilience. To thrive your good projects, you need to have resilience. You need to have networking skills, and I'm sure you already know. So if I show this as all thanks to Google Images, which I wanted, I could get some nice images. If you want to be as stable, not worried, your power has to be so high, which is what? Your resilience, that any infection to any kind of parameter, it will not affect. And at this point, may I please ask, are you understanding me? Can I continue in the same zeal and speed? You want any change in me? Can any of you tell me, please, is it okay the way I'm going, or should I improve or change? Is it okay? Any of you take a mic and say, students particularly, feel free. Yeah? I thought of asking, is it going okay? Or should I? Anybody? The hall is so beautifully seen, which I can see right now. Maybe there is audibility. I'm not very much able to clearly listen. Is it okay?
Yes, ma'am. You can continue.
Okay, fine. Because this is so important what we are discussing, in the sense that all are giving the time. So I'm responsible for the time value. For that reason, I wanted to know. We all have seen some very typical occurrence of small plantlets in a very, very tough terrain. Nature has that resilience, and we are equating that with the business today. There will be challenges. Please look upon the center of the circles. We always have spoken about emergency plans. In fact, if not emergency, yes, we have spoken. Plan B, Plan C, who knows better than the business community of MBA? So we all have Plan B and Cs. But today that is not sufficient. The green circle is not sufficient. All thanks to pandemic. Today we are talking about, can we continue our business? We have come to that base, even lower base. Can we continue? And to continue, we are talking about crisis management plan. So all three, what was already existing, it could not be in the same word, but we already had alternative plans. So now we are reframing that as emergency response plan. Number 2, business continuity plan, continuity. And number 3, very important, is crisis management. Just because of the absence of this crisis management, we have seen many businesses being washed out, even in pre-pandemic and certainly after pandemic. We all know that even so obviously the issues, the reasons will be different. We all saw even the happenings of Big Bazaar, the Future Group also. So it's all about lot thing. So the central part of the circles with all three important things culminate. That is all about business resilience. Where constants are what? The business models, they are constant. The skills are constant, but with all that, we need to have this. So if at all I have in my business, if I have ability to respond and adapt to disruption, while maintaining my operations and safeguarding the resources, how important. Morning you heard on sustainability. Today I can't talk about my operations without sustaining the resources, even if I have surplus money. And also the brand value. Competition is so high. So let me just draw, and I thank ResearchGate for this beautiful diagram, that the dimensions of the business resilience are not new, but they have new elements. So what are those new elements? Please, let's appreciate historically, the businesses have been running in all these points, and I'm sure your seniors and many of you, in particular the students community, must be doing projects on these aspects. Be it on safety of the business, be it on the data security. Yes, cybersecurity is very high today. Or on operations, supply chain management. My God, these terms are so cliched now, you know it. But what has come is now risk management, enterprise risk management, operations management, and crisis management. So I request the younger teacher community and students certainly focus on these areas if you want to really be marked distinct as a distinct B school and you students settling in a very good business environment post your graduation. So we are talking about BC, the business community, continuity. So this continuity will not only rest on the historical aspects, but also on the risks, on the operations management, and then on the crisis. Handling the crisis becomes management. So that is now in the bigger circle, which is business resilience. And this is the time. So you can appreciate again all the students of the institution and much beyond. Great that you are participating in this conference of 2 days. Basket these things till tomorrow. And when you deliberate on 10th of July, which is Sunday, you should be confident more than what you were yesterday, 7th July. That's the purpose of a conference, a good conference. So please take it, and that rests on the delegates, not alone on the organizers. Organizers are doing so hard. It's so much visible. But even now, 1 + 1 makes 1, 11, something like that. So let's quickly now move on to the path, which is to build this BR. Let's talk. So all the words on the red font can be seen. We are going to talk about flexibility. So Phygital conference is a flexibility example. Why to miss on the people who cannot travel? Why not to harness people's potential who are beyond India or beyond Pune, beyond Maharashtra? You are seeing from morning how it is happening. So, and many of you are in the beautiful auditorium sitting, which I can see. That's the way, flexibility. Openness to discuss. Every talk in this term, even in businesses, if we are not open, I'm just pushing my business the way I want, and it is more of authoritative or autocratic, it doesn't work. Or even I, as a business owner or institution owner, I am not open to the new ideas. It's a question mark. And bigger than that is willingness. I have openness, but no, I'm not willing because I'm not prioritizing it. For what? For what? Being flexible, being open and willing for responding to the change. So that's mainly about agility. And I tried my best yesterday evening that how would I show you the agility in a best fashion? And I could get these terms. Yellow, I'm showing you for its, the yellow, the color of sun, the ultimate source of energy. So that yellow comes. The aim is, is anybody saying anything? The aim is ability to read future. It's important. And how would you do that? First, we have to be fast in adapting. That's why agility and adaptability. Let's adapt fast. What would you adapt fast? Number one, the environment, how businesses are happening. Number two, the digital environment, the digital interface. Number three, the consumerism. How exactly? Do you know Zomato and Swiggy The cloud kitchen was never so much highlighted before pandemic. They were there. It was not that they weren't there. Absolutely. In 2019, just before pandemic, I had gone to a small city in UP, and there I saw how penetration of Zomato and Swiggy. Where was pandemic coming that time? Not at all. None of us, including me, knew. So getting the cloud kitchen concept in India became hugely successful. Pandemic gave a push, but it was existing before that. Adaptation. Responding intelligently. Today, intelligence says give people traditional foods through Swiggy or Zomato, or the food which is homemade, or the food which is immunity boosting. These terms have become so cliched now. Though they all are from my domain, being a food technologist or overall. So it's the third aspect which is touching these two, adaptation and response with intelligence, is being in open and flexibility. I will not cater to that market. I will not give to this packaging size. I will not give this dimension or these many number of things only you have to buy. It's all lack of customization. Today, what it sells is customization. Today, the banking system also gives you customized calendar for their privileged customers. So that's the way we are happening. Why? Being open, learning from all the sides, If all these three are there, none of us will be stopped to be able to read the future. That's exactly is all about agility. So it encompasses adaptability, but I'll speak a little more on adaptability. I invite you to be ready to be agile. And I will exemplify, I am sure, I see now it's a little hazy. Nevertheless, this is from Times of India, which spoke about how exactly in very young graduates, which is 21, 22, 23 years olds, agility of these freshers is mind-blowing, which was told by TCS CEO. This is the beauty. At the age of 22 in the corporate when they entered, this is an example of TCS. And why I brought this example, I'm sure, if the chat was enabled, or right now also if you want to say, which is the number one company in India, which is most resilient, I'll be happy to hear from you. So the answer is already hinted in this slide. So agility of the freshers is very high. This is 2021, nearly 1 year old data. Can you imagine what is happening now this year? You all have seen the take-home salaries or CTC in this particular academic year, which has just ended. Be it BHU, be it Jadavpur University, beyond IITs. Also, the packages have skyrocketed. So countries are crying of recession. We are talking of doubling the packages. That's again the example of agility in academia, in corporates. So as we move further, I thought I'll just tell you the easiest mean to be adaptive, though the session is not on 21st century. In fact, most B schools, I often deliberate on the 21st century skill sets for managers. Nevertheless, I have just carried, and I'm sure you must be knowing a couple of generic 21st century skills already. So they are here in front of you. All are important. Now, when I say all, it doesn't mean each and everyone may have all this these amount, the numbers which are 12. It's okay. We may not have all, but let's harbor as many as possible. That's the beauty. Let's collaborate with the people who have new skills. So when you team up your project, your enterprise, your startup, wow, your office project, wow, you just see. That's the beauty. That's why I'm showing with the bulb multiple colors for the diversity in the group which I'm trying to show. And on a very important note, because Dr. Manisha did mention many students are there. So I added this slide in this afternoon. And I thought, again, I also need to be agile because I must know to whom I'm talking. The very important aspects of skills, which you can see in the GIF file, skills cannot be stagnant. I'm showing you with some motion, and that is about these all points. You need to be curious. Right now, you are in the auditorium. A lot of things are happening. Are you curious enough, or you're just waiting for the day to end and looking at the clock like that, something? Self-reliant, using technology, multidisciplinary approach, active learning by yourself, like, for example, Harvard Business Reviews, and taking risks. That's what is your attitude. So all this become important. So if we see the close view, we get this aspect. If agility is in the center for businesses, what comes is, this is, I wish if you want, you can take a screenshot, those who of you are attending. I have spent huge time to understand my best to present agility aspect, and I felt this. Adaptation of the new skills, developing crisis leadership. See the word crisis leadership. One is generic leadership. All general leaders cannot be crisis managers. So we may have some of us very highly emotionally intelligent, and we can be crisis managers. With channels of communication, embrace the changes which are disrupting. Have that mindset and attitude, and very important, be self-empowered. So this may not be directly in any paper, but you can take it up for your inputs, and let's deliberate more eventually. So VUCA has brought these changes. Sustainability is certainly there, is more than required, all thanks to climate changes and SDGs of United Nations. Adaptability and well-being. Today, well-being is come in the center stage, boardroom of the businesses. Understanding people, assets, and processes as a whole. We cannot keep it segregated, and value inclusivity and amid diversity. So these are the focal points. So I thought of this giving you my observation, the traits which have really survived and thrived in the pandemic. By talking to the people, especially who are in very fragile businesses and frugal businesses, they are sustaining because of flexibility, good communication, resourcefulness, social responsibilities catching up like anything, creativity and empathy. Empathy is, I'm sure you also understand, understanding others. So I wish at this point, I wanted to invite all of you to join me in this platform. To just before we wrap up, let's understand more, and just as a playful game, learning by playing method, let's interact. So because we are in phygital mode, may I request all of you to come log into menti.com with the code it will ask. Very easy. It is browser enabled. And organizers can tell me how much time I have so that I'll accordingly wrap it up. Yeah. So the code is 5719 6924. I wish all of you can join. It will be great, particularly the young
generation. 3 minutes more. 15 minutes.
3 minutes. Okay. So what I can do, 3 minutes will be less. So let's wrap up. And through Dr. Manisha or her team.
Sorry, ma'am. Ma'am.
Sir, please tell.
15 minutes.
Oh, 15. Okay. Yes. Great. So then I think we can use it right away. It's a very short. It will take 5 minutes for this game. And I wish you all to join. It will be great if we have organizers also joining, but I leave it to their wish. But as of I feel first, let all the delegates please join. So I repeat, the website is menti.com. Very easy. Just put in your browser, menti.com. As you come, it will ask for a code, which is 5757 1919 6969 and 2424. So if at all our organizers can write or tell them once again, it will be great. 57 19 69 24. Or, yeah. I hope my screen is visible.
Yes.
And otherwise, you can scan the QR code.
Yes.
Which again, we have some ability here. So if you can join, it will be great. And let me see how many of us have joined. We are valuing time. Yeah, I can see some about 12 have joined. May I invite all others? More the merrier. Come and learn by playing, because NEP 2020 also says learning has to be with element of fun. And young delegates, please thank organizers for giving you so many opportunities in these 2 days to learn and pick it up the new skills. This one is just addition to that.
Excuse me, ma'am. Can you
please
show that code again?
Sure.
QR code. Yes, ma'am, please.
Sure. I'll do that. Is it visible?
Yeah, ma'am.
Okay. I'm sharing. Yes, I'm sharing. I think it is visible now.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Great. So you can come to QR code or easy. This is just menti.com, MENTI. It's a very common platform. Nevertheless, even if you have not used earlier, it's very easy. Just relax. 57 19 69 and 24 is the code. Without code, we cannot take up. So what I'll do, I'll show you my screen where we all are joining. 1 minute. And yes, now you can see there are 29 people, 30 more people who are on the auditorium. Please come from your smartphones. Many of us are online already. You can just make another window and come. Right now also you can have agility. You are listening and watching, and now you are playing. This is active involvement I'm trying to do. That's all is my effort. So we all have seen Mr. Amitabh Bachchan, the great living legend of our nation, making us many of his audience play Kaun Banega Crorepati. Perhaps Menti has not copied him. Nevertheless, the system is like that, fastest finger first. So I have a very high opinion about Mr. Bachchan, so I'm just narrating his goodness. So what is there? There are only 4 questions. So try to answer. What did you gain till now? That's the question. I'm sure your screens are there. Your question is flashing on your screens. Please pick the best answer. And anytime you can join, please, even if you are yet to wait, kindly come and join now. So I am glad to see already answers being received. We spoke about VUCA and we spoke about the business. So what are the best tool, the sets which will make us successful in business in today's uncertain world? 40 responses already received, and I really invite all to join. Experience is a beautiful teacher. Yes, so the answer is what? Skills, agility, and resilience. Let me clap for, first of all who are participating. After this, we all are winners who are trying. Then 41 of you were very right. Skills, agility, and resilience is going to make and making businesses successful. Thank you so much for your wonderful team spirit. Now also anybody can join. Please you do watch but play also. Only 4 questions. Second question is on your screens and here it comes. So the 21st century skills I just spoke a bit about. These are surely needed in today's market. What are these? What are these? Oh my God, some of you are really very fast. Before 5 seconds, some answers came. Great. And you can see, though digital, I can see you performing and writing. Oh my God, great. More than 10 seconds remaining and 45 answers already received. This clapping for your spirit to play. Wonderful. 48 answers, 49, 50. Yes, others also. Now also please join. Absolutely. The answer is the third option. Problem solving, critical thinking, creativity, and communication. Wow. You know, actually, as a teacher in me is happy right now because the way you are participating. But I'm sure we can have still more logins. So still come, menti.com, 5719, 6924. You can see on the screen also the code. You can just, on the top of the screen, the code is there. Please join. Now coming on to the third question. And this is reinforcement happening. That's why I thought I had kept it. And yes, EI, emotional. You must have heard, being in B school, emotional intelligence is quite much important today. Why it is needed more in today's post-pandemic world? Can you please tell? What are your guesses? I'm yet to speak about it. Yeah. Why? What is the reason that we all must have? Earlier also we should have had. Today it's all the more important. Yes, very nice. I'm seeing every question, the numbers are increasing. So this clapping for your spirit to participate. 57 responses received, 58. Yes, my God, great. This question was so easy, I didn't know. It helps us to be aware of ourselves and understand others. You proved with this answer that you are B school community. Because when I use this question in engineering students, I don't get this kind of response, to be honest, even in engineering teachers. Great. Thank you. Thank you. And the last one, which we are here, is the fourth question, and it's here. What is that? The question is here. BR involves risk management. We spoke, continuity plan, and one more. Easy one. I don't know, by mistake, I've kept 30 seconds. I could have kept 15 seconds for this. Nevertheless, one more thing for BR with risk management, continuity plan, very important. So we should have something. Is it a jargon only, or it is about crisis or critical or creativity management? Yes, very nice. I still invite, there is one interesting more question. Why don't you log in now also, those who have not logged in? Remember, all of us are important. Each and every one present here are important. Great, what a variety. If you remember, it is crisis management. There will be challenges, there will be crisis. How much we can manage, resilience is about crisis. So 17 of you are very right. Clapping for certainly for these 17. Great and very good trial by others. Thank you for playing so well. And this has AI enabled tool. So this is the leaderboard, which to my screen, first 10 will be visible. And to me, all of you are winners, 56 plus. And I see Jayashree winning with Lola, Swapanchika, Jaitu, NA, and Dr. Manisha is going to really, I will send this document to her, felicitate these young, wonderful people to play. So Dr. Manisha Kulkarni herself is in the winners list. Great, that is the beauty. And clapping for all of you from my side, because participation is winning and winning is certainly winning. So double winning. Great. I will try to use this one more AI enabled pattern. To the young people present in this auditorium and on this Microsoft Team login, what do you say for this question? Open Learning Resource, OLR, I'm sure your teachers are using this term, are important source of learning. Is it true or false? If it is true, thumbs up. You know these terms, thumbs up, thumbs down. So please show. It gives you emoticons, click. And if you like the question, you can show the heart sign. Absolutely. Yes, that's the beauty. Today we have chief heart officers in the businesses. We had chief executive officer, chief financial officer, chief operating officer. From last 2 years, we have CHO, heart officer. And even smarter companies have made chief happiness officer. Wow, what a change. So I'm yet to see many more very nice hearts are flowing on my screen, and you can understand how happy I am. But many of us have not answered. Maybe this question was not that interesting. So 1 minute, I was planning to know, yeah, I think I've missed one slide. I wanted to know your some words which you have picked up from this session. So maybe you can tell little later. And feedback also you can tell for this tool which I used. If you want, you can tell the feedback. 1 minute. Sometime I'm using 2-3 tools, so it becomes a little slow sometime. Yeah, be on the login. And I'm trying to use one question for keywords. Yeah. I think you are able to see. It's hanging. Okay, maybe a little later on I'll do. Oh, all the answers came. Great. So I really wanted you to, for you, which is the new word, you can write. And if there is no new word, you can also type no new word. That's also fine. So that will be a learning for me. That's why. So do write some words which you picked up. So I think we have only a few minutes, so not taking much time. I did speak about EI. So this itself is a beautiful theme of the conference. And resilience cannot happen without this tool, which is emotional intelligence. So I'm sure you being business students and community, you know about the aspects of knowing ourselves and others through emotional intelligence. My attention is in the World Economic Forum. Now, where creativity is already 10th rank to now 23rd rank, but first time in the history of the world skills required, EI is ranked, not now, 2 years back. That's one news. And all thanks to pandemic, World Economic Forum, which gives future of job reports, I'm sure you know, has already given the skills for 2025. All the young community and all the experienced community, I invite you to really draw attention on these skills and let our workforce, future-ready workforce, in the words of Mr. Prime Minister, please carry these as you graduate out of your colleges. And I thank this wonderful report, which is by McKinsey's, that they use a beautiful word. One is in terms of accelerated decisions, and the other is resilience interventions. So kindly see this particular website and enjoy how important is band of leaders, not a single leader. How important is to simplify the organization. How important has to have a center for resilience nerves, to have emotional and mental strength, and how important is sharp digital programs and other things which are very much visible to you. So in summary, we all can talk about 1 minute. It is not visible. Yep. Sometime, yeah. Business resilience is overall all about our first mindset, learnability, with that agility, reading the future and adapting to the changes which are happening. And I'm sure you could get it. The path forward is learning and upskilling, reading the future, number 2. Number 3 is sustaining it in kinetic, in usable form, and finally building it further. So I often invite to build resilience through traveling the less traveled road rather than going on a smooth road. Be it social entrepreneurship, be it business resilience, we need to travel the less traveled road. With these words, I invite any thoughts or questions, and I abundantly thank the organizers of the conference, Kulkarni sir in particular, Dr. Manisha, Dr. Poorna, entire team of organizers, and all the delegates for the opportunity and the patient listening. It was amazing time with all of you, and I'm reachable at these handles. Let's collaborate on LinkedIn. Let's talk about all these aspects and bring out newer thoughts, because collaboration is the key. We need to really follow that. Thank you so much. Thank you. Any thoughts, any questions? It will be great to hear.
Hi, Dr. Pratibha. It was really good session and eye-opener for the students.
Oh, thank you.
For me, the 4 key words you talked about in agility were the openness, transparency, flexibility. The biggest question comes to us is while choosing the specialization to the students. We do take the test of the students in terms of their soft skills. We know their background of their education qualification and culture in which they are born and brought up. And more or less, the student choose their specialization, what they want to, depending on the employability availability. So how will you tell with this backdrop of revisiting their thought process in selecting the specialization on the backdrop of agility?
Wonderful. Let me first thank you and appreciate the question which you have so beautifully put forth. A very practical point that the market trend decides our choice of subject rather than what I am made for. So to answer this question, I'll say that as the student enter in master's program, they already have very set belief systems and thought processes. Number 1. Number 2, if at all we can have very initial sessions in giving them the complete panorama of the opportunities and the skill sets and the attitudes required for each in the very first semester, perhaps in the very first month. And I remember one of the IIT Delhi professors who says, bombard or impart the maximum possible information in the first very week of the arrival of students. Many institutions wait for others to join, and you lose the energy of the existing students in the first week or first 2 weeks, I should say. So if at all we can pick up the momentum, give them the best possible way in the today digital world. Right now, I am connected from Bangalore and I can see all of you in this auditorium in your institution. So very many ways from day 1 or day 0, if we can enable them with the information and using psychometric analysis, let them know. Sometimes our children also, they don't know, our students don't know what they are good at. They depend on their parents, seniors, alumni, friends, market, or the way they have their own belief system. This is good trend, this much CTC. So it's not only about money. First few years is wow, but to get a complete satisfaction, it's better to indulge deeper into the career shaping. So sir, these are the ways I will tell. Because they're master student. If they were in BBA, it's far easier. Because they're in MBA, it's little late. Nevertheless, it's not very late. So little more jobs to be done, but it can be done. And I'm sure delivery can happen in the way, at least some of the students will come forward. One more thing, sir, we expect that all the students will be changed. All of them will be there. No, this is a human resource. All of us are so diverse and different. It's not possible for us to have 100%. So let first batch be, or at least have that agility of 20%. These will be the seniors for the next coming batch in say 23-24 academic year. It will be enhanced. And within a few 2 to 3 years, you will see being distinct in the market where you are delivering what actually the child can do. And when they come back as alumni, the circle completes. So it is a little more thought and action intensive process, but it's possible. That's what IIMs do. It starts much before admissions, the association. One of my colleagues is in IIM Trichinappalli, and I'm just talking to her these days. first very month, what all things have happened. Wow is the word which I can say. So it's possible, but I completely agree with you. The trend is different. The more the students are independent in thinking, the better it is.
Sure, thank you.
Very nice of you. Thank you. I wish before I wrap up, can one student ask any question to me? It will be great. Can we hear the voice of one student?
Hello, ma'am.
Yeah, please.
Ma'am, my name is Ansha Sharma, student of MBA at IICMR.
Okay.
Actually, can you give us some insight, like how to achieve a sustainable growth in our career?
Wow. Very big word, sustainable growth in the career. Yeah, why not? First, try your own SWOT. What are your strengths? What are your weaknesses? Are you capturing opportunity like this conference and opportunity? What are your challenges? If at all you know this very well, look for a very nice, some kind of Johari window analysis where you know where you lack and where you are very strong at. Then look for the opportunities. Go for a best fit model. And don't take only one. You are from B school, plan A, B, C, D, E. Today, my colleagues speak of E plan also. When a couple of years back, we had only plan A and B and C. That's all. Now we have D, E also has come. So look for that. Best way is that you're matching your attitude and skill sets, and have very open mind to learn. Because today there are children who say, no, IT I cannot take because I am not from IT. I am not an engineer. I will not take IT as my specialization in MBA. I will say, sorry, all the businesses are running only on the E model. So we need to be IT enabled completely. We need to know coding. Dr. Poorna is sitting, take some lessons from her. So there are so many ways which we can be enabled and we can be strong. Fine. So have a career mapping from day one, not from third semester, but from first semester. Today, and by the way, networking is a great tool. I'm sorry, I missed your name. The question is good. Networking is important. If you feel that sitting at institution, everything will happen, I'm sorry, it may not be. You need to come out on, say, for example, the best platform right now is LinkedIn. I don't know about tomorrow, but today it is for sure. So try to do that. The more you collaborate, I never know these words of freelancing and personal projects. My students in LinkedIn community taught me. Can you imagine? This is my learning from my community. I only knew projects which are department, institution, or in a bigger way granted from governments or scholarship based. Internship coming from this way, I never knew. So that is things happening. Fine. So do that. Meet, talk, discuss, and like this you're talking now. It's so important. So evenings discuss more rather than just collecting notes. Is the point which I'm trying to make. I hope I could answer your question at least to a part.
Thank you.
Good evening, ma'am.
Please.
My name is Rohan Yadav. I have one question.
Uh-huh.
You showed the data regarding the TCS company.
Yes.
So there are some news regarding the retrenchment in the TCS. So what could be the possible reasons for them?
Pardon, what will be the possible?
Reasons.
Retrenchment is in the country. Attrition is very high because opportunities are much higher outside, so attrition is higher. The biggest challenge of HR is retention, is on encouragement, is on the policies by which the employee or the human resource keep on contributing. It's a very, very open topic. So overall agility, the higher the agility, the higher will be the attrition, the higher will be the volatility. It is by default. So that's why enterprises have to be, even institutions have to be very, very, I can say they themselves have to be very highly adaptive mode. Gone are the days that one person remains with us for years together. But now things are, we need to keep challenging ourselves. We need to keep challenging our enterprise, our team also. So if at all retrenchment is seen very often, either we are not satisfied, which is mentally, internally, because less challenge means you are not happy. More politics, we are not happy. Or even less remuneration. Could be any. The higher the opportunities of the growth, the higher it is today's youth. I'm talking of Generation Z. It's not about our generation that I can continue in a place where I'm not happy. No, I'm an exception, but I'm just saying my age group people. But what happens is that today there are cases where we can absolutely do things on our own and sustain the market and grow. Have you heard of unicorns? All of you have heard. Mr. Yadav, you also have heard. You also would have heard soonicorns. I'm sorry, chat, I'm unable to write. There is a word soonicorn, SOONI corn. So, they are going to be unicorn. They are in just verge to become a unicorn. That's the market 2022 we are talking. You can understand. I just work for I support a startup here in Bangalore. And this is my learning from there. And when we integrate students' skill sets for internship, these are the data which we get. So you will see businesses flourishing. You will also see businesses just wrapping up like anything. The time is so volatile. I hope I could throw some light on your question. Thanks for your question also.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Pujan Alvade ma'am to propose concluding remarks.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. Thank you so much, Dr. Pratima Khandelwal ma'am, for your motivating session and for sparing your valuable time. Ma'am spoke about importance of agility and adaptability. In this competitive environment, agility and adaptability plays a vital role for sustainable growth. It leads to healthy, harmonized, and happy life. Self-resilience is primacy to introspect on us. As we are in the volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous world, resilience is utmost. When told about new elements of business resilience are enterprise management, operation management, and crisis management. As a part of management studies, we should be flexible and you should be able to show flexibility, openness, and willingness to respond according to the situation. Thank you so much for your enlightening session, ma'am, which our body managers will adapt and will be ready for the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Wonderful opportunity. And all the very best. I'm sure this conference is successful, but overall in the longer run also all the very best to all of us. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Now I request my fellow colleagues to Ms. Shruti to introduce Ms. D.S. Backus ma'am.
I'm Shruti Mandal. I'm profoundly delighted to take an opportunity to introduce an utmost important guest of today, Ms. D.S. Backus, mother of two, who is also a health advocate and a wisdom teacher. Her works are recognized by faculties and researchers at Harvard Medical School, the Global Mental Health Lab at Columbia University, and Massachusetts General Hospital. Man has been recognized by the Indian government as one of the 12 leading female entrepreneurs in 2017. Man mentored school both in India as well as in US, along with leading corporations and small businesses to break through challenges and limitations towards achieving results. Man is also a co-founder of AHA Health and Engine, which is a multi-branch company that focuses mainly on human well-being using AI and search engine technology to improve growth and productiveness. Now, I would like to request our honorable guest to address the intellectual fest and cast the light of her knowledge upon us on the topic exploring human potential for rejuvenating business process. Now, I would like to
Namaste, everyone. Thank you so much for the warm introduction. And I'm, talking to you here from New York right now. It's almost 7:30 in the morning. So good evening to all of you in India. I miss India. I haven't been there since the pandemic, and I plan to get there very soon this month. Thank you all for having me here today. If I can request, if you can please share my slide. For some reason this morning my computer, my sharing is not working. If someone could please share the slides so I can walk you through it, I'd appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Everyone can hear me okay?
Yes, yes.
Okay, because it's a bit choppy on my end, but that's fine. As long as you can hear me, that's wonderful. So who am I and why am I speaking here? And, what do we actually do? you've given a little introduction about myself, but my name is Diane, and I've always said that I'm a mom first. I'm a mom of 2 kids, and we've co-founded a company called AHA with my partner, who's a former monk for 19 years. So he was a monk for 19 years before he started AHA with myself. The reason I'm sharing this with you is that he's traveled the world, just like myself, but he has traveled the world from a very young age. And he's seen common factors and denominators around the world with human mind. It doesn't matter wherever he went, whether it was, remote part of Africa in a village working with a farmer, or someone he has worked with that we all know, which was Michael Jackson before he passed away. Everyone had the same common human thread, which is they all had the same emotional challenges that we face. At AHA, we are trying and together using technology to create and help and impact human mind, help them to thrive, help them to get over things that something like the pandemic has left behind. We all, went through globally together for, almost 1.5 years, 2 years, a similar situation, right? We all went through the pandemic. And what did the pandemic taught us is no man is an island. The people in India, the people in the United States, the people in the United Kingdom, the people in, Europe, in Africa, in every part of the world, we all face exactly the same thing at the same moment. It showed our interconnectedness, how we all are interconnected. It also showed one thing, which is human resilience. How resilient we are as human beings. We all had the same fear. We all had the same anger, the same frustration, the same uncertainty. But we're here today, right? We wouldn't have thought that back then. With all the uncertainty that was happening, we all could gather in the same room, meet each other, be together, and want more of life. And that more of life is what human potential is. If you could please take it to the next slide. This is very dear slide to myself, because this is something that I've experimented with. It's how far can you run? Tapping into your unlimited potential. During the pandemic, I'll share a very small story, and I will conclude the story towards the end. During the pandemic, I began to start to run. I thought, well, we all are, locked down, and there was not much to do other than, our Zoom calls and the things that we were doing. But physically, there was nothing to do. We were not flying. We were not going anywhere. We all were stationed. And I decided to run. But I knew that I was never a runner. I hated to run. I never loved running anyway. So what I did, I started running in my driveway. It's not big. It's about 200 feet. But I would run back and forth just to get some exercise in. And I thought that how far can I go with this? And you would not imagine that human potential is unlimited. If we're able to tap in to our potential, we would be in awe of who we truly are. Human potential is an innate ability of every person to live and perform in alignment with their highest self. It's a combination of both our inner and outer work. I want you to pay attention to this slide. It's got a few words that I really want us to pay attention to. One, it is innate. It's part of us. We are born with this, right? We are gifted. We came to this world with these certain gifts, and one of it is an unlimited potential. Two is alignment with our highest self. Our potential has to be in alignment or congruent with who we are as a human being. And the last two words is the inner and outer work that we have to do to get there. This topic is about tapping into the human potential to rejuvenate businesses. But most of the time we are so focused on one part of the human work that we need to tap into. But in reality, there are two parts of it. And if we want the best of each other, we need to work on both of it, not on a one-day basis, not on a once a month basis, not on once a year basis, but this is something we need to cultivate on a continuous basis. We have our mind, we have our knowledge. We need to put them both to work to become congruent with who we are and what we want, and to bring the best out. Whether we are bringing the best out in our employees, whether we're bringing the best out in our students, whether we're bringing the best out in our family, whether we're bringing the best out in ourselves. Let's talk about the outer work. We all know the outer work so well. We are born thinking about the outer work. And the reason for the outer work that everyone is so focused on is because it's tangible. We could see it, we could feel it, we can, it gives you something, it gives you a certificate, you get it, right? And that outer work is your education. You want to become a doctor, you want to become a lawyer, you want to become an engineer. Here's a certain path that we take. You go to school for that, and you get the degree for that, and you apply that degree. You want to have a certain skill. But today, more than ever, technology has helped us to get any education and skill and connected us to the best of the world. Think about it. Where in history could we have thought that we could take sitting in India, sitting in Africa, sitting in the US, sitting in any part of the world and taking a class at an Ivy League school? It has never happened before. But it's happening today. Every Ivy League school is offering some sort of skill training. And they give you a certificate. Every top school in the world is offering this. And thanks to technology, even thanks, when you think of the pandemic, we only see the worst side of the pandemic, but there's also the good side to it. It brought things that we are using today. Many people then thought of connecting through a Zoom meeting or a Microsoft Meet prior to the pandemic. Now it became an everyday for us. Our outer work, we want to, get a job. We build best relationships. And like the previous guest just shared, LinkedIn is such a great resource, right, for our outer work. We could showcase who we are. We could connect with people. We can gain information, and we can excel our human potential from the outer. Do you all agree with me? We You could just shake your hands or wave at the camera so I could see. But with all the outer work that we do, there is a void. And we've seen this, whether it's going back to a farmer or to a CEO of a company. It doesn't matter what we have achieved in our lives. If we don't work inside, then the outer work means nothing. We are left with a void. We are left unfulfilled. We are left with a lot of internal suffering. And the sad part about this, it's no one knows. It's happening to all of us. All of us are feeling constantly. All of us are going through something right now, constantly. Whether it's a challenge we're facing in our lives, whether it's a minute thought that it could be about something that's bothering us, it takes away from our potential. And the reason a lot of us don't work on the inner is because it's intangible. We can't see it. We only can feel it. And when we feel it, most of the time, it's unconscious. We don't even know it's there. We accept it as is. We don't accept the outer work as is. You know, if you're a software developer, you know that you have to constantly innovate. You have to constantly take classes, courses, you know, to meet the standards of today's market. But how much do we constantly innovate our mindset? How much do we constantly check in on the inside and find out what is going on? And human potential, to tap into that, we have to first take care of our mind. Our mind leads to certain emotions, leads to certain thought, that leads to certain emotions, that creates certain attitude, motivation. And whether we are aware or are unaware of it, it creates certain patterns, certain habits in our lives. And that patterns and habits, we are taking it everywhere with us. We are taking it in our schools. We are taking it at a job. We are taking it every single place we go with our family. And unless we don't tap in to why we feel how we feel, why we do what we do, we will constantly get the same results we are getting over and over. And it is all of our responsibility. As we see, the pandemic showed us that we are not an island. We are interconnected. We are interdependent on each other. And whether we are a CEO of a company or a dean of a school or head of a family, we all are responsible for each other. That's how we grow. That's how we get the best of each other. We don't get the best of each other by implying or implementing fear. We don't get the best of each other by controlling. We get the best of each other by compassionately leading. And we have to help each other to work on the inner, not as a one-time, not to go to a seminar and sit there one time and say, oh, that's nice, we fixed that problem. It doesn't happen that way. It's nice. It's great. A lot of people, maybe it's the first time they're hearing about something that opens up a pathway for them. But this is a constant work. Why is it a constant work? Because we're constantly having challenges. Whether we're having relationship challenges, whether we're having financial challenges, whether we're having a pandemic challenge that we can't control, whether we're having, challenges at work, challenges within our school, not being able to focus properly. These are all the things that stop our human potential. We can still function, but we don't function optimally. When an employee shows up at work, that employee is not just an employee. That employee is either a daughter, son, brother, sister, mother, father. Whatever role they are, they're leaving an environment and they're coming to another environment. And if they're disturbed in one environment, that disturbance, unless it's resolved, we are bringing the disturbance to the other environment. The mind is constantly going. And we wonder, this person has got so much potential, why are they not performing to the optimal? Because we truly don't know the intangible, what is happening to them. And it is our leadership that will help that to help them. We need to understand this to know that this person, every person, come with a baggage wherever they're coming. Someone might, they might be driving to work or to school, and someone might, take them off. Something as small as that affects the way we feel, affects the way we think unconsciously. But that is what's going to show up at the work, at the school, unless it's not addressed. And that's what we try to do at AHA. Could you take it to the next slide, please? Why do we need to address the inner? Why is this so important to all of us? Well, it's important because we all feel the same, right? We all are one. But it's also important because 1 billion people globally, almost 1 billion people are suffering from mental health. Some sort of mental health disorder. Globally, every year, 1 billion people right now are suffering. 800,000 people. That's almost or roughly one death in every 40 seconds. These are all numbers by the World Health Organization, by the way. And this conference is all about how do we rejuvenate our business. This is why this is so important, because if we don't help our employees, if we don't help our students, we're not going to help our business. It's actually suffering our business. The global economy suffers $1 trillion loss yearly due to the rise in mental health. Do you think that affects your business bottom line? Of course it does. Of course it does. Think about it. 1 billion people, how many of those people are within your organization who are having some sort of problem that you don't know? I love that saying that we don't know what we don't know. How many people do we know that have suicidal thoughts? on a regular basis, ill thoughts on a regular basis. How many people do we know within our family that are suffering, within our friends group, within our schools, within our kids that are suffering? In the United States, mental health crisis has increased tremendously. And I'm sure that number is everywhere. And these numbers haven't really taken into consideration what the pandemic has left. So unless we help our employees deal with the challenges they have within, our bottom line is always going to suffer. We might get the numbers we want to get, but like the previous guest, I caught the very end of the talk, attrition rate is always going to be high. Absenteeism is always going to be high. Presentism is always going to be high. Because we haven't truly addressed the real core issues. And until we address it, we're not able to help it. And as human beings, we don't know what we want until we understand who we are. So we will keep on going from one place to the other, to the other, to the other, thinking we'll find the answer. But we are taking the same mindset with us from one place to the other, to the other, to the other. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over, thinking we'll get a different results. How many times are we all doing the same thing over and over, thinking that we are going to get a different result? But we get the same exact results. It is time to make a change. Could you please change it to the next slide? Thank you. So when I met my partner, former monk, Ashwin, had this one thought. And that thought was, so many people are suffering in this world. And he only can help so many people, you know, by his travels. And with technology today, how can we help the world? How can we make the intangible tangible? And that is what we are trying to do at AHA. We are trying to make the human mind tangible, where people could see it, because we believe that when you see something, your tendency to believe it is much higher than when you just feel it. The tools that we have created at AHA is all about helping individuals, helping humans to see the patterns in their lives, to see their habits, to see their growth as well, to see what is the dominant emotion in their life, what is dominating their life from stopping them to get what they want. We've seen it. Human potentials is unlimited, right? We can go to the moon. But we all are not going to the moon. There's only a handful of people who has expanded their potential. But not everyone, right? Not everyone wants to go to the moon or to Mars. But I'm sure that everyone could do a lot more than they're doing. But we have to address the internal, what is going on inside of us. And using artificial intelligence, using machine learning, using predictive analysis, we're able to show companies, we're able to show schools the collective human mind in their company, the collective human emotion in their company. we're able to help them to predict what is going to be their attrition rate, what is going to be that turnover, how many people in their company needs help, what recommendations we can bring in to solve those before it's turned over, before they are part of that $1 trillion loss in the economy. But it's not about the company. It has to start with the employee first. Our foremost is to the employee, to the individual, to helping them get over what is happening inside of them, to helping them improve their lives. We all want to improve our lives. No one wants to stay at the same place. Everyone wants growth. But if we're not growing inside, we're stagnant and we see life as the same. You might leave to another job. You might gain a little bit more salary. You might gain a little bit more skill set, and we'll think that's life. But is it truly life? Life is so much more. And unless we are aware of our thoughts, and that is what we try to do at AHA, is to help individuals, help companies to become aware of their positioning using technology. Awareness itself is so intangible. We are making it tangible. We're able to show patterns and predict patterns, show current patterns and predict patterns in the human mind within the organization. The dominant emotion in a given day, in a given month, in a given year. And that, when we're working with the individual, when we care enough to bring tools in to help the employee to grow internally, to become happier. Happier employees lead to happier companies. That's it. You improve the happiness of your employee, of your student. They will do much better for you, for themselves, for the school, for the organization. And they will spread that happiness. And it's our right to, when we know that there are tools out there, we are going to give them the tools to excel and excel faster. Without these tools, we might take a longer journey. We might get there. We'll take a longer journey, a longer road. Think about it. If you had a farmer and you wanted that farmer wanted to, cultivate a piece of land to grow crop. But he didn't have the right tools and he had to use his hands. He would, plow the weeds and do the plowing probably with his hands and get to so far. He'll get there at some point, but with the right tools, he'll get there faster. It's the same thing. With the right tools for our employees, for our students, for our families, we will help them to improve their mental health, their mental well-being much faster. And when they're in a great place, you're in a great place. Because we are all interconnected. No man is an island. We need each other to grow. So, going back to my story on how far can you run. And I started sharing that I started running in my own driveway. And then I said, the driveway is a bit small. Let me go to the park. And this is the time that during the pandemic, I would run a little bit more, but using the right tools. I've used the right technology, the right app to help me get there, measuring myself. Because when I'm aware of what I'm doing, when I have an ecosystem to help me, just like what we're doing with AHA, there's an ecosystem, there's a awareness that you get to what is happening to your life. You would be in awe by what you can do. I've set a goal for myself this year. And I said, from running in the driveway to I want to run a marathon. The marathon is 26.26 miles. And I signed up with the New York City Marathon, for the New York City Marathon. I got accepted into the New York City Marathon, so I'll be running the marathon this year. But I asked myself a question. And I said, why would I wait for the marathon? I'm running a 5K. I'm doing now a 10K. I've done a half a marathon. I said, can I push my limitation as a human being? What is my potential? And I set a goal for myself. From the time I set the marathon, which was in around May month, I thought I was going to run a marathon. And I said, why not run it now? Why am I waiting for New York City Marathon in November 6th it is, to be able to test my potential? And I started to train even a little bit more. And I said before my 47th birthday, which was June 19th, I want to run a marathon. So I got up early in the morning. I went to Central Park. And all I've ever done, Central Park, you have to take 4 loops around the park for a marathon. I've only done up to 3 loops so far. But at the beginning, we saw humans are resilient. Whatever you give, when you have the right mindset, when you have some of the skills, when you put it together, that is potential. Before the marathon, I've done 19 miles. And I got up to 20 miles on that day on June 11th. And I was about to give up. And then I start to see my mind. Physically, not my mind was going out. It was my physical body was plateauing because I've only done up to 19. So I thought my potential was only 20, but I want to go to 26. And then I looked at myself, my mind. I can see my story. I can see my thought. And I took a 2-minute break and I stopped and I lie in the grass in Central Park. It's beautiful there. And then I thought, if I have to do this all over again, I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it. So might as well keep going. And on that day, I ran the marathon, not for a race, not for New York City, but for myself, because I wanted to test my potential. And that is every human being, we have that inside of us. It is not about me. It's not about one person. It's about all of us have it. But it's about cultivating our mind. Our mind is a strong tool. It can make us or break us. But we need to have the right tools constantly. I live this life having these tools with AHA. And I know that there's still challenges that goes on constantly in my mind. But I'm able to become aware of it very quickly. And this is what the tools are going to do to help your employees, to help your schools, to help organizations, becoming aware of their thinking, their mindset, and pushing through. And obviously, that's how we help businesses. That's how we help families. That's how we help people, by helping ourselves first. So I thank you all for letting me share my stories with you, letting me share about AHA, letting me share about this topic. I'm happy to be here. I'd like to share that I'm going to be in India very soon. I'm here on the 18th. I'll be there for almost 3 weeks. I'd love to, meet with some of you when I'm there. Please let me know. And there is a beautiful saying that I want to leave you all with. It's an African proverb called Ubuntu. It means, I am because you are. We are one.
Thank you.
Lead with compassion. Thank you so much.
The only word which comes to all of us after your presentation, after your success story, after exploring your own potential, I think the only word comes is, aha, wow, what a presentation, what a success. Great. I just wanted to add in your mindset, the slide which you have shown, where it was talking about the attitude, behavior, action. I think I would like to add a few more lines, if you permit me, in that presentation. I will like to say abacus, yes, in this slide. Attitude, behavior, because behavior gives action, you have rightly mentioned. But what action you are doing, how are you doing with body language, since you are core HR? I like to say that action decides the culture of a person. That culture gives understanding of self and others about you, what you are, and that understanding will give more and more success to the individual. So with your permission, I think this mindset can be added as abacus. Is it okay? ABACUS.
Yes, it's Bacchus, yes.
Abacus. So that is fantastic inner work that you are talking about, and it is most difficult work actually to understand inner self of an individual. And I think with technology, you are doing very good job. I am eager to see you in Pune when you come. You just spare one day with my students and faculties, because two of my faculty members are undergoing PhD, where use of AIML is very important, and we are going to see how we can explore human potential during this work-life imbalance days. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to add one part to what you shared about the whole behavior, action, attitude. See, our natural self, our brain produce certain chemicals inside of us.
Yeah.
And those chemicals takes us to pain and pleasure. And when we perform something that makes us feel good, that's why I shared that potential, human potential, has to be in alignment with who we are. If we're in alignment with what we are, our vision of our lives, ourselves, we produce certain chemical, dopamine, one of them being the happy chemical. When we feel good of what we are doing, we want to do more of it. We take a certain action, we get a certain result. Then when we feel good that we're getting that result, we want to do more action. We want to do more, we get more result. So it's a cycle, right? That the more action we take, the more results we get, the more action we take. And that's where success happens. And that's how we measure.
Very nicely said, but I have always, as an engineer, I am not a core HR person. I always say that when you stretch yourself, yes, you give best, you said, but that stretch should not give you stress.
Yes.
So I think how to identify human potential within the thin line of stress and stretch.
Yes. As an HR, we try sometimes to fit people into buckets that they don't fit into. We have to identify individuals for what they can actually do, for the right buckets. And that's when they are going to give their best. That's where the thin line between stress cuts. Because if you enjoy what you're doing, and if whatever you're feeling are addressed properly, and then you can see that, my company truly cares about me as an individual. It's not only about them and what they're going to get out of it, because when you truly care about the individual, they feel it, they want to do more. They will go above and beyond in a happy sense. We've seen this happen all the time. There are people who would keep on working happily 12 hours because they enjoy what they do. Think about entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs are not getting paid, but they're doing the same thing over and over. Why? Because they have a vision. Why can we not make all of our employees entrepreneurs? Because they have an ambition. We need to create a vision, not an ambition. An ambition is short-lived. A vision is totally an embodiment of who that individual is, not only of themselves, but how they're part of something, which is your company.
Sure. Thank you.
Hi, this is Dr. Manisha. I'm really amazed.
Thank you.
Really amazed with the way you narrated very complicated thing into a very simple format. It's great. Keep it up. I'm looking forward to meet you very soon in India. I also truly agree that there is an inner spark. We should ignite that inner spark that is there. Everybody who's sitting here, both online and offline, is aware about it. But exactly when it comes to actions, if I ask, for example, taking the example of a student, they're having fear of exams, they're having, tension about the future career. And when I discuss with them, when I ask them to do meditation, they will say, "No time, I'm not getting time." Right? So, what is the message you like to give the experience to this millennial generation, exclusively to search within? As it is extremely important, and you have shown, and the previous speaker also emphasized the same thing, that it is the emotional intelligence that is a top skill that is required in. It is already been predicted in the year 2025. It is most required.
Yes.
So, what's your suggestion on this? Your message?
I'm glad you're asking this question, because I have a 15-year-old and I have a 14-year-old. And when they were little, it's easy to get them to meditate because they were, come on, meditate with mom, or let's do something together. They're easily, you can get them to do that. But at this age, let's meditate. Like, I don't have time for that, Nevertheless, they're living a very conscious life. The fact is that human growth is not about just sitting there in meditation. Human growth is a constant behavior. It is an intention that the students or the employees have to have. We have to live an intentional life. Once we have intention that we want more of our life, we are going to use the right technology to do that. We're going to take the right actions to do that. AHA itself as a platform is a platform that uses search engine technology like Google, or you go there and just at any time of the day, you don't have to just sit there to meditate at one time. Just like Instagram or Facebook or anything, you have the platform with you 24/7. In your own privacy, where you can use it, you can type how you feel, you can talk to our personal. We have a personal well-being companion. Her name is Dia. You can talk to her. She will guide you through. It's like Alexa, but for well-being, right? You can go there, and there's so much for you to embrace in terms of your personal growth. Why do I feel this way? How am I thinking this way? How to focus better in school? How to do, how to live a better compassionate life? Whatever it is, it's there for you. And this kind of tool is what we need every single day, because prior to being at AHA, I used to do I used to be a part. I was always about growth. So I used to be a part of many, many seminars. But seminars, meditation, going some places are good. It feels good. It's a great thing to do. I love it. But when you come back into your daily environment, that is not the world we live in. Right? I used to come back and be so happy and want to share everything with my family. And they look at me like I was crazy. Because everyone was in their own mindset, and I'm coming with this happy mindset. And then what happened? I get sucked back down into their mindset. Until my intention was always to be much more. But now we're able to share this whole thing with our family. We're able to be inclusive. Not just about, a certain group of people can do it. not just about a place. We have to go to the Himalayas to do it. This is all nice as an experience. It's not going to take you to growth every single day.
Excellent. Thank you. Thanks so much.
Welcome.
Going to the dinner.
Thank you, Dan Francis ma'am, on a wonderful session on exploring human potential for rejuvenating business processes. Yes, human potential is unlimited, and thank you for making us aware that every human is resilient and has the ability to go through anything. Oh, what a wonderful way of explaining the alignment between the inner work, that is the intangible asset for developing resilience, and the outer work, that is the tangible asset. It is important to work on the self and focus on the mindset, habit, attitude. This is the mantra for success. It's all in our mind. Human potential, if one wants to tap, needs to tap the mindset. That holds our emotions, and our mind takes us to places, right? So knowing self is absolutely important to achieve greater results. Definitely, the pandemic has shown that we are interdependent on each other. The world going ahead will survive on collaboration and support as the key to growth and success. Compassionate leadership would be the mantra for the leaders. Organizations to be successful need to be collaborative and supportive. Happiness quotient is the key. Employees are happy, the nation is happy. The organization is successful. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Namaste. Thank you.
Activating the dopamine of all the faculty members and the students present here. We look forward to host you in India soon and further our association with you. And thank you for your valuable time. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
With this, we conclude the first day of the international conference. Tomorrow, the link for tomorrow's session will be shared in the common group for all the delegates. We will be starting the conference at 9:40 a.m. sharp. We look forward to your active presence tomorrow also. And thank you so much for being with us throughout the day today. Thank you.
Good work. Smart.